Thank you, Katrina. Welcome. Good morning, all. I hope you're hearing me properly. Yes? Right. It is my pleasure to welcome you this morning to welcome you to participate in our 22nd Regional CaribNOG. This meeting is being held virtually as it has been for the last 3 meetings since 2020. And the theme for today's meeting is building resilient internet infrastructure. We have almost all realized all of us realized that the COVID-19 pandemic has put a spotlight on the importance of resilient network infrastructure and the importance of strengthening our local engineering capacity to support digital transformation across the region. And as you all know, CaribNOG is committed to facilitate this process. We therefore welcome you today, our new and seasoned participants, as well as our feature speaker, Mr. Louis Lee of Google. And some of you may know Louis and you may recognize the hat. And that's all I will say for now. He will be introduced more formally. We also welcome our special guests and other speakers and our strategic partners, ARIN, Architects, Connected Caribbean, CTU, ICANN, ISOC, LATNIC, the OECS, and PCH. We look forward to your contribution and feedback during the day, in the chat and during the Q&A sessions. And yes, please, when you raise your hands, also remember to lower your hands at the end of your contribution. We do hope that you have an enjoyable CaribNOG 22. I now invite Kevin Swift, Head of Strategic Relations at LATNIC, to bring opening remarks, and he will be followed by Leslie Noble, the Senior Director of ARIN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claire Craig, for that introduction. And of course, I will keep my remarks very short and sweet. Greetings on behalf of the Latin American and Caribbean Internet Addresses Registry to this 22nd meeting of CaribNOG themed Building Resilient Network Infrastructure. And of course, we in the Caribbean, we need to continue prioritizing resilience of infrastructure and other resources to meet our development goals. We are in the perfect storm, and I'm not talking about hurricane season, but rather a true test of what all of us here connected need to do to ensure that the region continues to weather the pandemic and leapfrog to an enhanced state of network preparedness, not only as a complement to our economies, but rather the core of our economies. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, over the last few weeks, fuel prices have raised, bread prices have raised, salaries have not raised, and few people appreciate or know how to connect the dots between these things and network development. Myself and others have spent the better part of the last decade speaking about success stories from afar, best practices, and the experiences of benchmark countries. Well, folks, seeing is believing. Perhaps in the past, we were challenged to creolize and localize these pieces of knowledge. But now, I need to say more about the criticality of what we're doing here as network operators and as the broader technical community in the Caribbean. During the course of the day, you'll hear from me about the milestones at LATNIC regarding IPv4 exhaustion, IPv6 deployment, and how we are continuing to enrich technical knowledge and opportunities across Latin America and the Caribbean in building a regional community for a better global internet. This, ladies and gentlemen, is LATNIC's new vision that will come into effect in the year 2022, along with a series of adjustments to our offerings to better serve the regional technical community. Without further ado, I wish all of you an instructive and successful meeting, and of course, let's continue to work together. Back to you, Dr. Craig.
Thank you, Kevin. Actually, back to me, as I will be introducing my colleague, Leslie Nobile from ARIN. She will be sharing some remarks from ARIN because I am doing moderation and other responsibilities. Today, I asked one of my colleagues at the Government Affairs Department at ARIN to share a bit on this year's CaribNOG 2022 ARIN relationship. This has been an interesting year for us, working together with CaribNOG through the pandemic, and Leslie will be bringing those remarks on behalf of ARIN. So let's welcome Ms. Leslie Nobile, ARIN's Senior Director, Public Policy and Trust and Safety. I'm not hearing.
Okay, thank you for that introduction, Bevel. It's great to be here with all of you today. Good morning, welcome. My name is Leslie Nobile, as Bevel just shared with you. I have been a senior manager at ARIN for just over 21 years, and I've actually been in the internet registry business since the early 1990s, when there was just one registry that administered both IP addresses and domain names. So I've been around for quite some time. I just wanted to welcome everyone today on behalf of ARIN. ARIN has been a believer and a strong supporter of CaribNOG since its inception. I think we've had at least one ARIN speaker at every single event. Today we have Lisa Lydell. Lisa is ARIN's Director of Registration Services, and she'll be giving an operational update on behalf of ARIN. Looking forward, in addition to having ARIN speakers at CaribNOG, we would like to facilitate getting some speakers from external organizations, and particularly in the anti-abuse and security areas. One organization that comes to mind immediately is MOG, or the Messaging, Malware, and Mobile Anti-Abuse Working Group. Both ARIN and LACNIC are individual members of MOG, with LACNIC being a longstanding member and ARIN being a more recent member. In fact, all 5 of the RARs recently joined MOG under the NRO, or Number Resource Organization umbrella, and that's when the 5 of us work together in more of a global forum. We've already begun exploring this idea of having MOG speakers at CaribNOG. We've been talking to the MOG leadership about this. So look for that in the coming months, and hopefully at one of the next CaribNOG meetings. And finally, I just want to congratulate Stephen Lee, Bevel Whitting, and the entire CaribNOG team for their vision and their dedication in making CaribNOG a success. They've worked extremely hard to make CaribNOG a viable and relevant operators group for the Caribbean and beyond. So just really congratulations to all of that team. Thanks for your time, and I hope everyone enjoys the meeting.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you again, also Kevin. Now, just a quick overview of our agenda, because I'm sure you really didn't come here to listen to me speak, but you wanted to hear or well-prepared presenters for today's CaribNOG 22. As I stated in my opening remarks, and Kevin also supported, the theme today is for CaribNOG 22 is building resilient internet infrastructure. So today's program continues to address the role of internet connectivity.
Claire, can you put on?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yes. Oh gosh. So where am I? Today we continue to address the role of internet connectivity as our countries cope with and manage the effects of the pandemic. CaribNOG has had a history of expert presenters from around our region and across the world. And one of our hallmarks is our hands-on technical training labs, and today is no different. The program today starts with a feature address by Mr. Louis Lee of Google, and his topic is connecting communities, trends, and technology options for the new normal. He will speak to us about various measures that Google and society by extension have explored as we treat with the pandemic normalcy. That will be followed by a question and answer, which will be moderated by Bevan Wooding, who you just heard, our Director of Caribbean Affairs at ARIN. The next item on the agenda, the next item on the agenda is our IORG updates from ISOC, LATNIC, and ARIN. And that will also be followed by a session, which I think I am moderating. We then take a lunch break and return at 1 p.m. for the afternoon session. It will be a presentation by David Soltero from ICANN, and the session will be followed by a short question and answer session moderated by Albert Daniels, Stakeholder Engagement Manager for the Caribbean. David's presentation will be called Deploying IMRS. We then move on to our hands-on lab, which is Effective IX Setup, presented by Patrick Okoye of the NSRC, and that begins at 1:30. And we really hope that you all will come back out for these sessions because they're specifically geared for our network operators. The final session for the day is our members update, which is an open mic, and you get to hear from the CaribNOG committee. You get to speak and talk about the things that are happening in and around you. That is scheduled for 3:45 p.m. and it will be moderated by Kevin Swift, who you just heard. I now hand back over to Mr. Wooding, who will introduce our feature speaker for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claire. And it is really genuinely with great pleasure that I want to introduce our feature speaker this morning, Mr. Louis Lee. Louis and I spoke in 2019 about him speaking at CaribNOG and sharing some of his experiences. And I want to give you a bit of background on Louis. Many of you know him as the Hatted One or simply the Hat. But Louis has actually been in the network operating arena for many years, occupying senior positions since 1990, going back as far as 1995. He currently serves as Google Fiber's numbers administrator, where he's assisting in the build out of a US-based internet service provider to bring broadband to the home to various parts of the United States. Prior to his employment there, he worked with Equinix, where he built out internet exchanges, spending over 15 years and operating the Netcom online communications network before that. Louis has also been a long-serving member of ICANN's Address Supporting Organization, or the ASO, Address Council, and is very well known in the internet governance circles globally. And so it was with that in mind that I felt that it would have been very beneficial to the CaribNOG community to hear from Louis, to exchange, have an opportunity to exchange ideas and thoughts with him, and to have him share perspectives on the evolving ISP or internet service provider landscape. Some of the situations that we would have discussed in 2019, of course, have been superseded by the pandemic and the transformations across networks that have taken place since. So in agreeing to speak to us and to deliver this CaribNOG 22 feature address, Louis has actually incorporated some of the experiences and insights that have been gained throughout the pandemic to bring into his remarks. So it is within this context that I warmly welcome to his first CaribNOG presentation, Mr. Louis Lee. Louis, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Wow, thanks so much, Bevel. I'm almost blushing. All right, and thank you everyone for coming to hear this talk. It's, for the most part, collected thoughts and advice from Network Capacity Manager. So I've been the I am the numbers administrator. I'm the network capacity manager for the edge of the network. And as such, I'm also the peering coordinator, working with other networks to make our connections work. So let's dive in. So just to talk about a few things today, including the network changes since the start of the pandemic, what we've observed, what we've seen in North America and Asia, and some thoughts on the new normals of the network operations, and a little bit about attending conferences during this time now, and along with that, how to keep your morale up and your productivity up, and just touch on the 5 traits of effective teams, and of course, I want to give my thanks. Now, how did our traffic level change? So we saw a moderate increase for residential ISP usage during our peak hours. So for us, that would be the evening hours. But we did have a large increase during daytime usage, of course. And for North America and Asia, it's up to doubled the amount of daytime usage. And you can see this referenced from Kentek's blog for trends in network traffic in correlation with COVID-19, linked in the presentation. The reasons include these high traffic daytime usage would be, of course, the higher video conference from working from home and distance learning. There is also more online gaming and just regular video streaming as people are doing their entertainment from home rather than going out to movies or congregating with others. And of course, and also we did have some upload traffic, more upload traffic, and upload speeds are important, for the video conference and for gaming and IoT. And there was increased home surveillance camera usage with HD streaming. And I am going to redo my screen sharing.
Thanks.
And here we go. I thought I had that going.
That's okay. I'll give you a thumbs up once it's on screen. There we go.
Here we go.
Great.
All right. Oh, okay. So we had some higher traffic from cameras streaming to the cloud. So your uploads need to be, you have to have more upload capacity. Now, moving on. So Doug Madry from Kentek, he summarized in his blog post his presentation that he gave in this year's PTC panel. It's entitled Strategies to Meet Network Needs. So in there, he talked about the 5 new normals of network operations. I wanted to bring focus onto number 1 and number 3 because I experienced these items personally. For a network, the disaster recovery might mean that you have to make sure you already have access to spares for your network hardware, because the whole supply chain has been disrupted, and countries closing borders, they add more delays on top of the delays you're already getting from manufacturing and factory. So maybe buy some spares ahead of time and maybe even have some hot standby. Hot standby would be useful for just being in the equipment already, so that you don't have to worry so much about digging around crowded warehouses trying to find your equipment. So with longer lead times everywhere, you do need to place your orders for your upgrades earlier than you're used to doing. So in the past, you might wait until a link is, say, 70% utilized, so that by the time the circuit is delivered, you're okay at 80% utilization. But now if your lead time is doubled, you need to start the upgrade, say, at 60% utilization. So in addition, you might want to consider provisioning for a longer horizon for some of your connections. So for instance, you might have previously planned an upgrade to support growth for only the next 6 months. So then consider upgrading that for making that change to upgrade for a 9 to 12 month horizon. And while you're doing this, have a frank discussion with your vendors about your upgrade plans, because they're also in constrained supply, and they have long lead times on their own, and you're basically in a partnership for shared success. So they might need to upgrade their capacity to deliver on your upgrades. Now, if you are also managing caches and content caches like I am, you might have some caches from, say, Netflix or Google or others. Be aware that they will have constraints on their supply chain, and you might need to request your server upgrades much earlier than you did in previous years. So have a conversation with your partner about that too for planning. Attend conferences. So thank you for coming to this one. Now, so with so many conferences going virtual, so there are better remote participation tools. So you might have seen in the past where a conference like CaribNOG would just be video streaming and you'd just be watching the stream from remote. Now you can participate, such as having a chat, asking the presenter questions at the end. So there are better remote participation tools. The online content is posted much sooner because with the videos you'll have the slides along with it, and it's already being made on the fly. Now, many of the conferences became free, or they're virtually for lower cost. So as I'm noting, CaribNOG 83 is free this year if you select the virtual complimentary registration, if you don't feel like you can pay the registration fee. Also, GopherCon for the Go programming language is free this year. So a bit about keeping morale and productivity up. With virtual team building, what we've done is to have things like virtual escape rooms. We have had CaribNOG community members hosting comedy shows, hosting online poker. It's just to get people chatting with each other, continue to build your relationships. At Google, we also had classes to enhance our home life, like having stretching exercise. Sometimes you might see things like that with Aaron conference breaks. We also have cooking classes at work. It helps build a rapport with team members that you might only see very little bit if your projects don't cross paths so much. There are also exercise competitions you can have with your teammate or between teams, between departments, like walking steps, running, or biking. At Google, we've also had the global talent shows, and I hosted this year the US version of that talent show. And we did it with self-recorded videos of various Googlers and Googling dance teams. And I've noticed, let's see, that this year our Latin America talent show managed to bring the different countries together in a way that they've never been together before. So it really upped the cooperation and creating relationships there. So I'm glad to hear that that's helping. Now, maybe on a smaller front, just morale boosters for your team chat. Maybe use your group chat for smaller conversations you might otherwise have only with one or two other people. That way, your whole team can feel like they're still connected. They know what's going on, even if they're not directly involved in that particular project that you're asking a question about. The other things we've had is cash and non-cash bonuses. So a non-cash bonus might be something where you're authorized to buy some computer equipment or wellness equipment and just expense it. So that might make it easier for taxes, so that you're not receiving a bonus and then having that taxed. Otherwise, you're just getting a reimbursement. Of course, I'm not an accountant, so you should check with your accountant for your own situation. And so, if you don't want to do events like this, maybe even do a team member fun chat, fun fact at the beginning of each staff meeting, or join a few minutes early to just have a couple minutes, say how you're doing, or just allow a couple minutes to do that. Just be a little more relaxed there. At Google, we have a no blame culture. This is where it's one of the aspects of psychological safety as coming out from Project Aristotle. The no blame culture allows you to say make mistakes, and you know that it's not held against you. The idea is that you can fully express what happened, and identify ways to keep it from happening again. And so the team and the company can learn and be better. This is the important aspect of the five different items that came out of Project Aristotle on how to build an effective team. They found that manager styles vary and they all can produce an effective team. But 5 basic items are psychological safety. The second one, beyond that first one, is dependability. Now, with that, it's when my teammates say that they'll do something, they'll follow through with it. Next, on top of that, is structure and clarity. Your team has effective decision-making process, and then finding meaning in your work. It's you want to make sure that the work is meaningful to the person directly. And then on top of that is impact, that I understand how our teams contribute to the organization's goals. So if I want to develop on this from my standpoint at Google, we have the, of course, start with the no blame culture, and we have a postmortem that everybody's free to drop in, and you describe what happens, and more so than who did something wrong. And then with meaning, I'll just skip right over to the meaning part. The Google Fiber team, we are here to build broadband where there's not as much broadband or competition in the US. So you might find us in primarily secondary markets, smaller cities, where there is maybe only one choice for broadband at a very, very high price. So that's where we're trying to come in and promote and show that it can be done for a lower price. So of course, which brings more bandwidth to customers, and building on impact on that. If you're interested in Project Aristotle, of course, just Google for effective team, what Google learned. You'll see some stories in Inc. and the New York Times. All right, and finally, I do want to thank my colleagues at Google and Google Fiber, and my reviewers for this presentation, Warren Kumari and Richard Hay, and the Kentic team for providing some of the content, and also my colleagues definitely at CaribNOG and Aaron, both the staff and the community for both, and of course you. So with that, I mean specifically you as the folks who keep the network up. This is the system that actually worked, as the Atlantic highlighted. The internet kept running and kept everybody more or less sane and functioning and contributing and being able to share information and keep everybody feeling connected with each other. And with that, I'll hand back over to Bevel.
Excellent. Thanks, Louis. This would be one of those occasions where I'd love to hear the feedback from our community. I thought the way that you approach this presentation, Louis, was very timely, very relevant. We've of course, for those, particularly those in the trenches, we've had to be heads down, taking care of business and ensuring that networks stay up. But there is a human side to managing networks and administering and securing systems that also has to be given due attention. And I think you highlighted that quite well in your presentation. Thanks for the balance of it. Let's open the discussion. I'm inviting again persons to share their questions in the Q&A segment where we can look at it. I've also brought on a very special partner of CaribNOG from the inception, that is Mr. Rodney Taylor of the CTU, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And if Rodney, if you're on, please indicate by either coming on video or just giving us a shout out. But I know that there are some comments that persons would have had in reaction to this that I would like to take at this point. Of course, one of the first questions that Agri has asked is, will the slides be shared? And I will turn to Louis to answer that. Clear for us if you can remove the deck off screen so we can get full screen again, please. Will the slides be shared, Louis? Did you get your clearances and your legal permissions to make this resource available to the CaribNOG community?
Yes. I did get my clearance yesterday from Milo. So Milo Medine, some of you might know Milo from his previous work. So yes, the slides can be posted.
Excellent. And of course, as always with CaribNOG sessions, these sessions will be posted on the CaribNOG site and on our YouTube channel for persons to replay once the meeting is done. So any questions for Louis and Rodney? If you're there, I do invite you to come on at your convenience. Stephen, good morning.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Stephen Lee from CaribNOG and Architects. Just want to make a quick comment, not so much a question, but thank you, Louis, for that presentation. I think it really hits home just where we are this part of the cycle in the pandemic. Just reflecting on, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine yesterday who runs a data center. And he was relaying his experience, which was so very different from mine, because inside of the Caribbean, we would have shut down the travel and the movement and so on, and we would be users of the data center. So while we were staying home, he said that he was basically running, he and his data center team were running full speed ahead every single day throughout the entire pandemic. He basically got tired of it after a while, because people started to move more and more of their infrastructure into the data centers. So it is, that to me synced up very well with what Louis was saying today, that we do have one part of our IT community that because they had to keep the network going, didn't have any level of our break, because they're the service providers, a lot of our CaribNOGers and so on. And so I think the message this morning was particularly important and impactful, just kind of talking to us a little bit about how to balance it and how to calibrate it so that we don't run into any burnouts, months or years from now. So thanks for that, Louis.
Of course.
Claire, you can come on, Claire.
Sure. Louis, the thing that really struck me about your presentation, and I don't know if you would want to go into a little more detail about it, was the whole issue of the no blame culture. I think that's what you call it, no blame.
That's right.
Right, no blame culture at Google. Is this something that started as a result of the pandemic, or is this something that has always been a part of the Google culture? And how did staff embrace it, because I don't think that is something that is normal or that happens, especially in big organizations. So tell us something about how that played out and how that actually helped people to embrace some of the projects that they were working on, or maybe one of the projects that you are working on in this season.
Okay. So I've been at Google for 5 years, and it's always been there as far as I know. I do see documentation from way back that address that. So I believe it's been there from the very beginning, or the early days at least. Now, the idea, well, okay, to try to get buy-in, right, from everybody. It's the idea that we can feel free to be more of ourselves. It's a part of the psychological safety in that you are not going to be, and not just when something goes wrong. For instance, if you're trying to brainstorm and everybody has an idea, go ahead and accept all the ideas coming in. And maybe your idea sounded weird at first, but you're encouraged to say that, because to provide your thoughts, because maybe the team can take that idea and make it even better. Other people have other ideas, and we collaborate to try to build a product or solve a problem, or just get past a roadblock, how to take care of something. And this is a way to build team to be able to work off of each other. So and the collaboration, it's almost constant, right? We have food on campus, so we have cafes, we have the little, what we call the micro kitchens. It's just the break rooms, open break rooms. But this way people go and congregate, and they don't have to be by themselves if they don't want to be, and they can just hang out with each other. And maybe if we don't always talk about work, we build a rapport with coworkers, and we become friends, and we can share ideas with each other. So so the next step is that when something goes wrong, you feel like you can talk with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when friends have an argument now and then, and they just don't see eye to eye on something, eventually you'll come back to each other. So this way, if something goes wrong in the team, or something goes wrong with just a problem, it doesn't create a ongoing rift.
Right. So I guess that would have helped, especially during the stay-at-home period, where persons may have felt isolated. The relationships that were built earlier would have brought persons together, and they would have been able. Do you feel that would have helped them to come together while they were at home, or not on the campus where they used to, collaborating face to face?
Right. I think I feel like it helped, because you lose so much with digital communications, chat, texting. So if you already understand the other person, when they use these specific words, this particular language, or even if their responses are really short or more elaborate, detailed, you already have a sense of knowing what that person's saying, and back to the other person as well.
Right. It would really be good to hear from some of the our technical community right now, because these Google is a technical community, and if you could come down and deal with the softer skills, I really would like to hear what some of our network operators are facing in this season. Bevel, you need to get them to ask some questions, tell us their experience.
They're asking questions, and I know we have an audience both here in the Zoom call, but also streaming live on YouTube.
Okay.
So I'm on both channels. Agri Marsh, a software developer and entrepreneur from Ghana, is opening the batting with his question. He's asking, what are some of the choke points, if any, at peak times that you would have observed, Louis? And I think there will be a follow-on question coming to that, depending on how you answer his first question. What are some of
the choke points are actually probably the same as in our pandemic times as before pandemic times. It's trying to buy enough upstream capacity to make sure that we meet all of the needs without issues, and keeping that up. And of course, we're paying for the upstream capacity. So at the same time, I am trying to bring up more and more peering sessions across the IXs, and also upgrading the IX capacity. So that will lower my cost. So of course, bringing more capacity on the edge means that we have to bring more capacity across the backbone too. So we have a team actually looking more specifically at the backbone and making sure that my upgrades don't create choke points there. So with that, we have to do a little bit of BGP traffic engineering so that our traffic, maybe if there are some choke points across the backbone, or maybe not so much choke points as where it's just highly utilized, we want to make sure there's enough bandwidth for if a link fails, that something else can carry that traffic a different direction.
Right. Well, I want to use that to segue into a question that I got earlier this week. It may not be directly connected to what you have shared, but it will certainly be connected to the type of experiences that you have been keeping an eye on. And that is internet exchange points, significant benefit in a pandemic context. That's specific to the issue of more domestic traffic, the attempts to launch local services, efforts to ensure that there's a greater quality of service for things like e-government and electronic commerce for local transactions. How would you categorize or classify the role or value proposition an IX plays in those territories or markets where they're seeking to optimize local traffic delivery?
An IX is one way to do it. It's a great way to do it because it aggregates a lot of peering connections in a single or a pair of connections to switches. In that it saves money because you don't have to pay for that traffic going out your transit, and then the other side doesn't have to pay for it coming back in the other direction. So that is a big part of my peering strategy. Now, at some point, the traffic to a specific peer would grow so much that it makes more sense to have a private network interconnect, a PNI, or if you're talking about a data center, it might be a cross connect between your cage and the other cage. So depending on your traffic capacity, you might say, okay, if the traffic to a specific peer on the IX is say 3 gigs on a 10 gig connection, you might want to peel that off into its own 10 gig connection so that you can continue making use of your IX for a lot more of your smaller peers. So as your traffic grows to any specific peer, it will you will want to peel that off because that do your calculations. You might find that you're in your contract with your colo that your private connection is more cost effective than an IX connection. Now, that being said, the IX does provide the features, and it's nice when the IX also provides a tool, your flow tool. They collect the data between your port and another port and tell you how much traffic you're doing with a specific peer. If you don't have that configured on your router, a flow collector, and some way to display that traffic between your AS and the other ASN. So we have for ourselves bought looked at Kentech, ended up buying from Deepfield, Nokia for the traffic analysis tools. We've in the past built it ourselves. We've used other tools in the past. So we're always looking to improve on our traffic engineering. And one way to do that really helps is to be able to look at the flow tools on where the traffic's coming in, who your peer is, and maybe make some adjustments.
Okay, great.
I do see a question in the Q&A if I want to take it, since it's especially about the IX.
Yeah, so I'm going to give another leader before you tackle those. And this is to give you some context for a number of the territories in the region. They think of the exchange points as essentially a place for commercial internet service providers to exchange traffic. Part of what has been happening, thankfully, over the last year or so, is more governments have become interested in getting an autonomous system number, getting a block of IP, and standing alongside commercial IXs as peers with their own networks and their own traffic to be exchanged to significant portions. Governments tend to be the largest employers in most of the Caribbean territories. And so their networks, when built and deployed, can be quite extensive. In this regard, looking at the increasing value of local traffic exchange and the deployment of local services, do you have any guidance or insights for non-commercial network operators seeking to peer at IXPs? And then we'll tackle the two questions.
So there's a couple ways to look at this. The first, with the type of network. So traditionally, it's been, say, the eyeball networks, ISPs. But a while ago, it hasn't been up until recently that ISPs trade traffic. Eyeballs don't typically trade traffic with other eyeballs. They're looking at content. However, eyeballs can also eyeball networks can also generate their own content more often these days for when, say, it's an online game and they're hosting something on one ISP and their friends are on a different ISP. So ISPs will start trading more traffic that way, or people trying to run businesses out of their homes. So you'll have more local traffic there, especially if you're selling locally. And yeah, and I see that as important for governments to be on the IX, because they're serving the people that are near that they are that the IX covers, basically. So that's so all their customers, they are the content for the eyeballs that are in that city or in that region, in that area. So that's another reason for the IX to be there. Another way to look at this is, say, content providers getting on IXs. That way, like, say, Netflix, you would want to peer with Netflix so that your traffic doesn't have, that 4 gig of movie doesn't have to go all the way across your transit. Right. And by the way, you're muted right now.
Yeah,
that's
just
okay.
Affirmations.
It's and another category is infrastructure, like name server hosters, the root servers especially. It's great for them to be on the IX so that the DNS lookup that is so critical to be the part of your internet online experience is local. So that kicks off your interaction online. So it's great when root servers are on the IX. For maybe non-commercial, government, like you said, or perhaps community networks, for them to cut costs, and being a community network, they serve just like ISPs serve people, so they fall in the same category of benefiting from being on the IX.
Okay. Okay, great. So let's take the questions from Agri. First question up is in starting an exchange point, do you think a location must have backup power?
So from a customer perspective, and having built IXs myself, you can have multiple layers, places where you have redundancy. So backup power is one level of redundancy. You might talk about a backup power supply in the IX switch. It could be, but then your power feed could be A plus B or N plus 1, depending on how big your chassis is and how many power supplies it can hold. But as a customer, my redundancy could be one IX versus another IX. So different locations could be the way to do it. So if I am on one IX that doesn't have as much redundancy as another, it's not that big of a deal to me if I can fail traffic over to a different IX or different connection points.
Okay, and the second question, there are two questions lining up here now. The first is, can you share a list of tools used before? And this you can do either if you want to do it off the top or just do that as a lead for the community following the talk. But would you be able to share a list of tools that you've used that you'd recommend, like your hacking toolkit?
My toolkit. So like to go back a little bit, my flow data tools. You can start with MRTG. That's a great way to start if you're collecting your own flow data, your own traffic data. And that will give you a set of graphs that you can display in a way to aggregate that data. Of course, you'll need disk space. Check with your ISP. They may have tools that help you with your traffic. Your upstream may have a way to look at the tools too. Let's see, offering a way, and I also look in, say, traceroute.org to look at Looking Glass to see what the peering, the prefix, the routing looks like. That'll also give you a list of routers you can log into on the internet to do some trace routes pings from outside your network. For flow data, Kentic and Deep Field are two of the more well-known ones. I believe, let's see, there are Measurement Lab for data about latency and maybe customer traffic, let's see, Ookla to do speed tests. You might want to consider hosting a server. So those are some of the primary ones I use. It might be useful to host a Looking Glass just for your own staff if you don't want to give login access to too many people in your organization. So give them a way to view things without logging into routers. It might be useful for a NOC that you don't want to provide direct router access, or so that's another way to do it that way.
We will go over the list when we look at the transcript and put it out as a kind of Louis top 10 tools. And, we have a question from Luxmore. Luxmore Edwards is from Antigua and Barbuda, long-standing member, and he's asking a common question that we've had for exchange point deployment. What's an ideal location? An ISP data center, a government building, a totally independent location? Is there a preferred or ideal location for housing an exchange point?
That's an interesting question. You say that's a common question, huh? Okay. I would say, I've seen the advantage of being an independent location because I was at Equinix. And its business model is that it is a separate one from ISPs or government or even phone carriers. Now, the other aspect of that, though, is that it is meant to be very, very large, so that you can have a lot of interconnections between the customers. So that also then needs that space to have a lot of power. It is able to provide a lot of security. There are 7 hand scans before you can get to your equipment. One outside, and then physical security, one going into a man trap, and another one to get out, and you're just still in a lobby type area on the other side, and then you still have to get into the colo space, get into your cage, and so on. So now, however, that might not be for everyone. I mean, it's built to be able to host the most stringent of security requirements and be a place where you can always call to have somebody go and work with your equipment. So if you have a smaller footprint, you might want to go someplace that can share a cage. So you have half a rack, one rack, but it's locking. So that's another possibility. But something like Equinix is not for everyone. You might have a lot of servers in a single cage. So you might just need a single room, but because and you have one router that you want to connect up. So maybe you want to put the router in a place where you can have just one cage. So ideal location to host an IX, going back to that specifically. You want a place where you can reach a lot of networks, that a place where there will be a lot of routers and not necessarily filled up with a room of servers, because the servers just want to connect with each other and one router or 2 routers. So the IX is more concerned with being able to connect with routers. That being said, you have to look at your customers. What do they need? Like, say, if it's a government or a bank, they might want higher levels of security than an ISP. So being able to offer that as a colo might be something that's interesting. If the reason you would not want to be with a carrier is if there are multiple carriers serving the region, then you don't necessarily want to be beholden to the single carrier. Another way to do this, though, would be, I'm sorry for that. Another way to do this could be that you host a distributed IX across different carriers, so that the carriers may be even willing to do that rather than host their own IX. That way they don't have to try to put their equipment in a competitor space. So this way it's a third party that could be putting their multiple equipment, multiple switches to bring up one IX across multiple data centers.
Okay. The only addition I would have to that is you also want it to be in a place where there's the least amount of contention between the organizations that you intend to or would like to peer there.
Yes.
That has led to some very interesting IX locations in the Caribbean. For example, the Grenada exchange point is actually in the regulator's office.
Oh, okay.
And an extreme effort to ensure that access is open, that the facility itself has been upgraded to deal with its independent power supply, independent access, but it lives in a regulator's facility, but it's a neutral sub-area, almost like a demilitarized zone for the IX community in Grenada, and that works for them.
That's great. This is the most trusted entity in that area.
Correct. And that to me is a key. When you start looking at options for facilities, you want somewhere where all of the parties can easily go to and feel a sense that if I'm there, no one's going to try my stuff. And I'm not going to have any issues. I can just peer and move on. So Louis, this has been an excellent talk. We can probably set up a CaribNOG 23 or 24 follow on to this. I'm sure the community would like to see and hear more from you. I know I would. So I want to thank you again. Any closing remarks before we hand back to Claire?
Sure. I definitely look forward to seeing everybody in person and hanging out, and we can have a chat about I-axis or running networks, war stories, sharing a lot of war stories. We can do that over online or in person. If you want to find me at any conference, just look for the hat, and you'll find me. If you look across the room, I might be sitting there with a hat on. Just feel free to come and say hi, and let me know how I can improve this talk or any other talks you might see me in.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Louis the Hat Lee. His first. We really were glad to have you, Louis. Have a great rest of CaribNOG. I hope you're sticking around for the sessions to follow. And I would like to hand over to Claire, who will carry us through the rest of this morning's program. Thanks again, Louis, and thanks everyone.
All right, thank you, Bevel.
Hi, thank you, Louis. I'm trying to open my video, start my video. Host, please help me. Okay, great. Yes, thank you, Louis. This was really, for me, I really like when we talk about some of the softer issues, and I think your feature presentation dealt with just that, because in this season, these are some of the things that we need to address. But we go on now with the next part of our agenda, which is always a highlight for us, listening to our IOGs. We start first with a short presentation from the Internet Society from Mr. Shernan Osepa, and I asked Shernan to come online and share. We would hear from each of the IOGs, and then we'll take a short question and answer following. So it's Shernan, then we move on to Kevin Swift and Lisa Lydell from AREN. Thank you.
Yes, hello, good morning to all. Let me share my screen. This one. Claire, can you see it?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can, Shannon.
Yes, okay. So I'm going to give a very brief updates regarding, let's say, Internet Society, some updates, some projects that we are working on. And it's equally important how you can give a contribution to that as well. So this year we have been focusing on a few projects, and going on next year we will be doing the same thing as well. So we have been looking at what we called, basically we have divided our work into two main groups. So we are looking at projects that can ensure that the internet continue to grow. And then also, how can we ensure that we get a much stronger internet? So if you look globally, we have like 50% of the globe is connected to the internet. So we are looking at ways, how can we ensure that more people get connected to the internet? The previous presenter, Louis, for example, he did mention some infrastructure-based projects that they are focusing on. And within Internet Society, we are doing the same as well with what we call the internet, what we call community networks. We do have a few in the Caribbean that we are exploring. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for example, in Guyana, we do have a few as well. Marsh is one of the consultants working with us to get a community network deployed in Guyana as well. In addition to that, we are focusing on deployment of more IXPs in the Caribbean. We have a few countries that we are assisting. Suriname is one of those that we are helping right now to ensure that they get their IXP up and running. And it's very important for us to focus on what we call data, empirical data. And we have a whole project focusing on how we can get more data to ensure that we can give meaningful contribution to the development of the internet. And if you look on the other hand, we have a few projects that are focusing how can we ensure that the internet is that we get a much stronger internet. We have a project called Promoting the Internet Way of Working. What it means is the internet model that we are using nowadays, an open internet. We would like to continue to promote that, and not what we have seen in certain countries where they are more promoting a closed internet. So we would like to continue to maintain the open infrastructure internet that we have seen. Technically, also, if you look at the routing, there are some technologies that can be used that we ensure that the traffic between networks remain secure, and we have a whole what you call manners project focusing on that. And also we do have a project focusing on encryption, especially working with governments, policymakers, to ensure that we are promoting more encrypted data and networks. I live in Curacao, for example. Just 2 weeks ago, the central bank in Curacao was hacked, and it was a whole discussion going on locally. So these are real life challenges that we are facing, and we need to find ways how to protect critical data or services, because especially the hackers, they are not sleeping. They are finding new ways how to continue or trying to break, let's say, the internet that we are using nowadays. So we need to find ways how we can ensure that we have secure infrastructures. And we do have a project focusing more on open standards, but we're not focusing much on that. The other 6 ones are the ones that we are focusing much more on those. We also have within the Internet Society family, so-called the Internet Society Foundation. And I'm just highlighting 2 items here in yellow, the research component of it, because especially in the Caribbean, as we have been discussing, we need to find more, we need to focus more on empirical data that not all the time we do have all these in place. So within the Internet Society Foundation structure, you can apply if you think you can add value to a very specific problem or challenge that we are facing. The opportunity is there for you to do a research and help us to get some more insights with respect to that very specific problem. And also the other one highlighted in yellow, there are 5 in total, but I'm just focusing on 2 that I think are much more relevant for the Caribbean. Disaster mitigation. We know that we're living in a region with a lot of natural disasters. And we have within the foundation also the possibility for us to get, let's say, funding to focus more on how can we ensure or develop or deploy or design more resilient internet infrastructures. So far, I haven't received much request, although I did explain it a few times. It's only from one particular country that I got a request. So the invitation is there again. If you do have a plan that you think you can add value for more resilient infrastructure in the Caribbean, contact me, and I'll be happy to see how we can get some funds to try to solve some very specific challenges that we are facing. It's also very important, let's say, the training and capacity building component that we have within the Internet Society. As you know, we need to focus on next generation leaders. I think most of us focusing right now within the internet ecosystem. We have been here for a while, but we need to look at others and train others in order for them to take over when we are no longer able to do this. So within Internet Society, we do have a so-called early career fellowship program. And basically, we're going to start with a second cohort January next year. But by beginning of, let's say, next month, we will be having, so we will be publish that on our website in order for you to get a better understanding what are all the, what you need to do to get, let's say, a fellowship to attend that program. Basically, we are looking at undergraduate students or people who have been, let's say, with 2 or less years of work experience. It's a 24 weeks program. And basically you have, of course, it's online. Basically, you have to reserve like 6 hours per week for this program. And we will be focusing on project management, communication, advocacy, and leadership. Project management is very important because whatever we do, it's very important that we have a structure in place in order for us to get that project up and running. And at the end of the program, the participants, they need to focus on a project focusing on, let's say, one of the components, internet growth or internet strong. So you need to come with a solution. How can you address a very specific problem that we are facing within how can we get more people to the internet, connected to the internet, or how can you address a very specific problem to have the internet, to make the internet a much safer environment. And also we do have, as you may know, all the technical standards, IPv4, IPv6, autonomous system numbers. All these were developed by the Internet Engineering Task Force, of which Internet Society is the organizational home. So we do have 2 programs that we are focusing on. One very technical for, let's say, for researchers, and the other one is more for policymakers, governments, officials. Also in the Caribbean, we would like to work more with especially academia, where we have all these bright minds, universities, and especially with the technical community in order for them to help us also to develop new standards. And we also do have what we call a learning platform, also here moderated and self-paced programs. We do have, let's say, the manners, mutual agreed norms, and internet routing security. We do have the network operators session, which is very important for people who would like to deploy an IXP, and also one focusing on encryption that I did mention is very important. And 2 others, internet governance, generally speaking, and also the internet way of networking. But I think for the NOG community, the manners, NetOps, and encryption, these are very, very important. So basically, these are what we are doing within the Internet Society. And again, the invitation is there, especially with respect to research and disaster mitigation. Contact me, let's get in touch and see how we can make the Caribbean much, much, much better. That's it from my end. Thank you very much. Back to you, Claire.
Thanks, Shannon. We'll move straight on to Kevin.
Thanks very much, Claire. Let me just project my slides. Okay, hope everyone can see those. Okay, thanks very much, Claire, and thank you to all of you. And again, thanks for giving us this space here to give updates on what's happening on the LACNIC front. I'll go straight into it. The first message, of course, is that in LACNIC, we have reached true exhaustion on the 19th of August, 2020. And what do I mean by true exhaustion? Well, exhaustion was used somewhat differently between LACNIC and ARIN, whereby around 2014, we referred to entering exhaustion phase, but it really meant that we were speaking about our austerity policies, 2 in particular at that time. One which was called soft landing, which meant there would have been a one-time fixed allocation of /22 IPv4 space to requesting entities and no more. And then another policy that dealt with new entrants into the market, where again, they will be eligible for a one-time fixed allocation of a /22 space. Now, by true exhaustion, that means that we no longer have IPv4 resources available in the free and aggregate pool. But what we are seeing at this point is that we have a number of returned and revoked resources, somewhere in the number of 1 million of them, for which eventually folks will be eligible to apply for those. And again, with priority being to new entrants. For these revoked resources or returned resources, they must go through a mandatory 6-month period of quarantine before they can be reassigned to any other entity. So what does that mean? That means that to date, LACNIC has distributed 188 million IPv4 resources, which equated to connected to about 400 million people across Latin America and the Caribbean. And herein lies a challenge. There is yet another 240 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean to be connected. So that's 1/3 of the population that stands to be connected. And of course, this 1 million of returned and revoked IPv4 resources remaining. So therein lies the undeniable argument that IPv6 is the way for us to go. In terms of coverage, I think you'll well be aware of the LACNIC area covering 33 economies. We are now roughly about 12,000 members. And what that means is that over the years, you would have seen this exponential growth in our members, 1,527 just in 2020, which was slightly less than the growth we had seen in 2019. What you can observe around the years 2017 and 2018 is that LACNIC implemented 2 new categories among its membership, the micro and nano categories, which in a nutshell, they were adjustments to the membership fees and the minimum allocation sizes of resource space. That led to a huge uptick in the number of members that we have. To date, what we will see is that most of our members are from Brazil. Almost more than half of LACNIC members are from Brazil. And then we have other countries there, including Argentina with the second highest number of members, Colombia, Mexico, and then Chile. And this is the landscape for the Caribbean service area for LACNIC, with roughly 158 members. Please don't mind a couple of errors here on the map in terms of some of the lesser Antilles, but in fact, you can get a sense as to the countries across the Caribbean to which we provide service and the number of members we have here. So I want to switch focus a bit on what has been happening with our transfers. So we need to deploy IPv6. There's no getting around that. Nonetheless, we are seeing, and this has been, of course, one of the activities commissioned under an inter-RIR policy among 4 participating RIRs to have transfers of IPv4 space from one region to another. By transfers, we refer to these 3 activities, mergers, or 3 classes of activities: mergers, acquisitions, restructuring, and relocation. That's one. The intra-RIR IPv4 transfer, which has been in effect since March 2016, referring to transfers from one part of LACNIC, Ushuaia, Argentina, to another part, Mexico. And then the inter-RIR, this latest policy that LACNIC has joined on in collaboration with 3 other RIRs, by which we can facilitate transfer IPv4 resources in and out of the participating regions. And what does that mean? Let me give you a few more tidbits on that. In terms of the inter, so between regions, and intra within LACNIC transfers, we have been seeing this growth pattern we are seeing here to the left. The most intra transfers would have occurred in 2019. And of course, now with the inter-RIR transfers, we are seeing a number of them between regions. There was, since that 2021 hasn't finished as yet, we don't have the final count for what we will see as inter-RIR transfers. And on a larger scale, what has happened since our transfer policies, what we will see on the level of intra-transfers is that Argentina would appear to have ceded the most IPs, roughly 100,000 IPs, while Mexico would be the country that would have received the most IPv4s to date, roughly 52,000. And then when we look at what is happening on the inter-RIR level, meaning outside of the region and among the 4 eligible RIR areas, again, Argentina seems to be the country that has given up the most IPv4 resource space to the tune of almost 28,000, whereas the US seems to be the largest receiver of IPv4 resources from the LACNIC region to the tune of 25,000 IPv4s. And on a global or macro level, one of the things I just wanted to highlight here is that what you will see is that in terms of outgoing transfers, you have had this figure here leaving the AREN region and going to the APNIC region when it comes to IPv4s. The final, well, semi-final point that I wanted to raise is that there's still, well, LACNIC is still one of the RIRs with the highest allocations of IPv6. So roughly over 96% of all LACNIC members have both IPv4 and IPv6. And what does that mean? That actually was attributed to a policy that we had since 2011, whereby if you wanted to request IPv4 space, you also needed to request IPv6 space, whether or not you actually had a plan to deploy that IPv6 space. So we have over 96% of our members having both IPv4 and IPv6. But unfortunately, when it comes to the deployment side, the statistics are not the same. When it comes to deployment, and we refer to significant deployment as those countries that are announcing IPv6 over 1% of their total traffic. Let me go straight to the point. In the Caribbean, as a matter of fact, in the world, one of the top IPv6 economies happens to be Trinidad and Tobago. And then we're seeing some other developments in terms of IPv6 deployment with French Guyana. And we're now seeing a bit more movement with the Dominican Republic and with Belize. But for the most part, and I would say outside of the French islands, a lot of our countries are not deploying IPv6. Now, I gave you the scenario before from a LACNIC standpoint, what we have done so far in connecting 400 million people with 188 million resources. This is a critical time to deploy IPv6. There's no getting around it. There's no other plausible alternative. If you want to continue thinking about meeting those connectivity goals, and not just meeting the connectivity goals, we're not just talking about connecting people, but we're also talking about connecting devices, and we're also trying to usher this uptick in what would be multiple connected devices per user. The entire question that you hear government speaking about when they talk about the Internet of Things and smarter cities, that's the reality that we face at this very time. This last slide here is just a quick reference to some of our development and cooperation projects. And it would be remiss of me to be here and not congratulate very openly CaribNOG for being one of the FRIDA awardees this year for a project that is intended to build a repository and a directory of IXPs across the Caribbean, and of course, a new body of knowledge, which will be a point of reference for this entire region. We have a number of our other initiatives, Amparo, which is internet security training, Mas Raíces, which is deploying root zone server copies across the region. And I wanted to also highlight LACNIC Leaderis, which happens to be my brainchild. Leaderis, I would say, is a small grants and mentorship program to focus on various internet governance topics. So the idea is that we give you a small grant of 1,500 US and of course a 3-month period whereby you have access to an internet governance reference person to develop small bits of research that will fit into a repository that we're having on internet governance and digital policy advancements from a community perspective. Let me just highlight as my last message that this is by no particular action on my behalf, but out of the 16 awardees for Leaderis, right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 or 6 of them coming from the Caribbean, We have projects coming from Haiti looking at gender technology and social innovation. We have very innovative projects from Trinidad and Tobago investigating the Caribbean ICT landscape in terms of availability, quality, and resilience and sustainability. That's a project out of the University of the West Indies. Another one with onboarding, teleworking, and e-judiciary practices in Trinidad and Tobago. We have projects coming out of Guyana looking at digital inclusion, also from Dominica looking at digital inclusion. And to all of the awardees, we are tremendously grateful, and we look forward to the outputs of this community-focused research that is being undertaken and that will be available in the first quarter of 2022. So without further ado, I'll stick a pin there. Of course, I'll be more than happy to answer questions at the appropriate time. And back over to you, Claire.
Well, thank you, Kevin. I'm not sure if Claire's having some technical difficulties. That's really excellent. I want to just remind the participants that these sessions, these Internet Organization or IORG updates are really an important part of understanding the placement of CaribNOG in the Internet community. And so I hope you're taking note of the information that is being shared. And if you have any questions, please continue to post them in the Q&A segment. At this point, I'm very pleased to introduce from ARIN, giving us the ARIN update, Ms. Lisa Lydell, my colleague, my friend, and I. Good morning, Lisa, and over to you. Looking forward to hearing what's happening in the world of ARIN and how it relates to the CaribNOG community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to do a quick update on the status of the registry here at ARIN. I'll try to get through this quick for everyone. So just starting, the organizations that ARIN serves, this chart just kind of breaks that out. We have like almost 39% of the customers that we serve are legacy customers, so they wouldn't be under contract or things like that with us. And we have 17, almost 19% are member organizations or ISPs. And 42% of these customers are what we would call end user organizations. Our IPv4 registration services agreement coverage, so all of our IPv4 addresses, 14% of those are covered under what we have as a legacy registration services agreement. We have 49% is covered under our standard agreement, and we still have about 36% that's not covered at all under any agreement. So this is just a quick chart to show how the coverage for under an agreement and those not under an agreement have changed over the years. And our IPv4 waiting list, it looks like I might have the wrong chart here, but our waiting list is kind of back when we first hit depletion. We've since in the years now have been getting around 200 requests on the wait list each quarter, and we're filling requests every quarter as we get returned and revoked space, and we clean that space up, then we can get that issued out to organizations. And I think this morning there were about, oh gosh, I guess maybe about 260 requests on the waiting list right now. And this is the waiting list for the Caribbean. So we just see how many have been filled from the waiting list and how many are currently on there. And like I said, in October 1, we have a distribution that's going to start. This is our IPv4 reserve pool, and this is specific for the 4.4 is our number resource policy manual 4.4, which is for internet exchange and critical internet infrastructure. So if you're going to open an internet exchange, you can come to ARIN and get space specifically from this reserve pool. So you wouldn't have to go on the waiting list for that. And the number resource policy manual section 4.10 is for transitional purposes for V6 deployments. And again, that's a reserve pool, and you wouldn't have to go on the waiting list for any of that as well. And this is our registration services plans for IPv6. So this just outlines our customers that have only IPv4, and this is only from ARIN. They may have IPv6 from an ISP, or they may have it in another organization identifier if they have multiple organizations with ARIN. But we have about 39%, almost 40% that have only IPv4. And then we have about 10% that have only IPv6. But again, they may have IPv4 from an ISP or under another organization. And about 50% have both. And in the Caribbean, this just kind of outlines the countries and the number of IPv6 blocks that have been issued to each of those countries. And then for the transition in the Caribbean, from the section 4.10 that we talked about earlier, there's currently only 13 of those /24s issued to networks in the Caribbean. So if you have an IPv6 block from ARIN and you need a small block for your transition services, by all means, you would just submit a request, an IPv4 request, and just select the little radio button that says it's for the IPv6 transition policy. And we'll go ahead and review it under those policy guidelines. And these are the number of new ASNs in the Caribbean per year. So it's just from 2016 to date. And again, if you're opening an IX or you need an AS number, you can come in and get an AS number from ARIN for your internet exchange. And this is the ASNs issued in the Caribbean by country. So we have some new service offerings since last time I spoke with you. And we've started offering a chat service, a new internet routing registry. We've actually moved the registration services agreement process from the end after you receive resources to the beginning when you first request an organization identifier with us. We found that there were some problems. Once resources were approved, customers would have people come in, have people scheduled to come in and do setups and things like that with them. Their legal department wouldn't sign the registration to services agreement, so things kind of got delayed. So we kind of moved that forward in the process to help, so there wasn't any extra costs at the end for customers. And then we've also, we're offering a premier support plan that started in May of this year. So with our chat service, since we started back in April, we've found that we have about anywhere between 45 to 50% additional contact versus what we had via phone. So we thought that was great, bringing in some additional ways for customers to get in and talk to us. So once you're logged into your ARIN Online account, you can have access to the chat feature, and one of our analysts will work with you via chat. In June, when we first deployed the new internet routing registry, we deployed it with an authentication. So now everything is verified when it gets into the registry, into the internet routing registry. And we offered up a web interface within ARIN Online. In February 2021, we deployed a RESTful API. And this has all brought in a new layer of technical requirements for ARIN to support our customers as well. And with that, we've brought in another technical support analyst that specifically works on these types of issues. I talked about this a little bit earlier. This is the registration services agreement at the org create process instead of at the end. Since we started it in March, we've had a little over 1,700 requests for new org IDs. And we've completed 967 of them already. We request the RSA be signed, and we send that out via DocuSign, so it makes it a lot easier in doing the whole ink signature and everything as well. And the Premier Support Plan, which we started offering in May, that is available to customers in the 2X large to 5X large category, the fee category. They receive a dedicated account analyst, a technical liaison, and they get some priority ticketing handling and waive transfer fees. There's also a 24-hour on-call support for organizations that have service impacts due to ARIN's RPKI, IRR, DNSSEC. And they also get to meet quarterly with the executive management team to discuss ARIN services. And that's it. That's all I have for you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And if I could invite Kevin and Shannon to come back on screen, just so we can do a quick QA with the internet organizations. I think this for me has been an extremely useful session, and I do value, and I hope the participants as well value the amount of initiatives currently underway in the region, for the region. Thank you, Albert. And I wanted to give us this opportunity to just ask any further questions or just have the team share any additional information that they might wish to pinpoint on things that they would like to see greater CaribNOG participation in. Before we do that, there are 2 polls that we'd like to run, and just ask that those polls can go up while I read 2 of the questions that are in the Q&A. The polls can begin. This one is for Kevin, it's from Eves. Do you think that disproportionate level of Brazilian participation might have anything to do with the local government's telecom policy?
Hi. So if I think that the disproportionate Brazilian constituents, if that has anything to do with local telecom, no, not at all. Not at all. So there are 2 things. So I think one of the things that we should make clear, both at ARIN and LACNIC or any RIR, participation in policy development at an RIR is open to anyone who has an interest in seeing that policy developed and implemented within the geographic area. So it's not limited to, let's say, the Brazilian members or only the members or membership that we provide resources to. So I think that's a very important factor to raise here, because what you will see, in fact, is that our RIR meetings are actually quite enriched with participants, with policy proposals, with keynote speakers from all over the world. The question of membership really applies to what happens for voting purposes and for specific committees that we have. So for instance, at LACNIC, we have something called an electoral commission and a fiscal commission, and that's where the membership question comes into play. But other than that, it's actually quite distinct. One of the things, now that you've mentioned local policies, one of the things that is interested to me in particular when it comes to outreach in the Caribbean is to speak more and more with governments and regulators on what is happening in the numbers world. I think there's no secret that you do see a lot of governments, they are quite excited about everything that's happening digitally. The pandemic has thrown us into this scenario, and it's really an opportunity for us to explain in more detail and to elucidate how we go about with our particular policy development processes. The whole question of I hate saying this term, but the multi-stakeholder approach, multiple interested parties and how they can contribute to what would be the continued growth and coordination of the internet. And that's a focus of what we do. As a matter of fact, we have an entire suite of presentations and messages on looking at IPv6 as a strategic decision, and it's really geared towards governments and regulators and other formal policymakers. So I won't say that one trumps the other, and I won't necessarily say the Brazilian contingent dictates what happens at the entire LACNIC level.
Thanks for that response, Kevin. The next question, I think, is for Lisa. Lisa, this one is for you. Has ARIN noticed any increases in any increased interest in number resources over the past 18 months? I assume over the course of the pandemic. Has there been any spike or noticeable rise from the Caribbean?
We have seen some increase, and it's been really ARIN area-wide, ARIN region-wide, but we have seen some increase, and it's I think it's really due to everybody using Zoom in all the virtual meeting scenarios now.
Okay, that's good. And good to know that I can add that we will be planning some, together with LACNIC, some more detailed RIR research into number resource utilization across the Caribbean. Both Lisa and Kevon will be involved in that initiative. And we hope to bring data to the Caribbean community in time for, certainly in time for the next CaribNOG meeting in spring, which is around April 2022. So you can look forward to that. And there's some other questions in there. And I just want to thank and encourage participants to continue asking the questions while we have this team on. And we also have the results from the first poll. I think there's more or less settled, so you can start the second poll. This one is for Shannon. Oh, everybody's getting something this morning, it seems. Shannon, glad to hear about the research projects, and I'm opening bracket here, that ISOC is working on in the Caribbean. Are these intended for the entire region in 2022, and where can more information be found?
Yes, basically, when we talk about the entire region, it's for the entire globe. So not only Latin America and the Caribbean, but the whole world. One of the challenges that we are facing in this part of the world is what I did mention with respect to empirical data and with respect to research. So what you need to do is to come with a nice plan, and then within the organization, they will be looking at all these global nice plans that can, let's say, address a very specific challenge, and then the opportunity is there for you to get that sponsorship. I just did put my email address in the chat, or cpad@isoc.org. So if you don't mind, just send me an email. We do have a website, internationalsociety.org, but in order for me to guide you the way that I would like to guide you, that's part of my job, just send an email, and then we keep in touch, and I'll be guiding you properly. One of the things that we do internally as well is whenever someone sends, let's say, a request or whatever, they will always come back to us and ask us about those or that particular person. So if we have already had a conversation, then it's much, I cannot guarantee you for 100% that you will get the funds to do your research, but at least I think you make a good chance to do it. And Bevel, just permit me 1 second to mention, for example, the natural disaster components that we are focusing on right now. I don't want to focus much on myself, but this is also one of the areas that I have been promoting within the wider organization. Because before I came to International Society, I mean, we didn't have a structural way to deal with natural disasters. And we have been seeing all these natural disasters taking place in the Caribbean and also in Asia. And then based on that, they decided, okay, let's focus on this very specific topic. So that is why I'm inviting people from the Caribbean. Okay, let me be like this. I didn't want to do it just for do it and no one is applying. So let's show to the wider organization there was a need for us to focus on this. And I'll be happy to give a contribution in that regard as well. So very specifically, what we are looking at, how can you make the internet much more resilient? Come with bright ideas, plans, whatever, and then let's have a conversation and see how we can make it happen. So the funds are there. The only thing that we're waiting for is for you to come with your bright plan or idea.
Excellent. And the last question, Albert, I'm sure you would have had time to prepare. It is for you, and it has to do with promoting local CCTLDs. These are country code TLDs, .tt, .bz, and so on. Does ICANN have any plans to promote local Caribbean CCTLDs, or to help encourage local organizations to use local domains? That's an interesting question, and I think kind of in keeping with some of our recent discussions around raising the profile of local content and local resources in the region. So Albert, over to you, and good morning. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Bevel. Thank you. Good morning, panelists. Good morning, participants. ICANN has a presentation a bit later, so I didn't want to, as I say, hog the microphone. So that's why you didn't hear from me. But very good question, Marlon. And it's interesting that you should ask, because just yesterday, ICANN had a discussion with the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Secretary General Rodney Taylor, Jacqueline Morris from TT Mag, and Jason Hines from Barbados. And this is exactly what we were discussing. You know, how can country code top-level domain managers in the Caribbean be supported so that they could develop from several different perspectives? And suffice it to say, we had a very fruitful discussion. This has always been on the front burner of ICANN's activities with regard to the CCTLDs, how we can help them grow. And as soon as our next ICANN meeting, ICANN 72, which takes place from the 25th to the 28th, there will be some developments regarding how we can work with CCTLDs. Jason Hines will be making a presentation on some of the situations that have taken place as a result of COVID with CCTLDs, and ICANN has agreed with the CTU to see how we can work together to help assist country code top-level domain managers. So the first step that we're going to be taking with the CTU is to reconfirm that we have accurate contacts for all of the CCTLD managers in the Caribbean. There's a WhatsApp group that I keep with all of them. So if you are a CCTLD manager and you are not on that group, please send me an email with your mobile number so you can be added. And I will put my details in the chat in a minute so that you can contact me. So the short answer, Marlon, to your question is yes, and you will be hearing a lot more about that in the upcoming days and weeks.
Excellent. And thank you again. On screen, we have the Internet organization serving the Caribbean and partnering very, very closely with the Caribbean Network Operators Group. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your updates this morning. I hope you're staying on with us for the rest of the day's proceedings. Thanks again. At this point, I want to expand on something that Kevon raised earlier, which is CaribNOG being recently awarded one of the FRIDA projects. And I've asked Claire Craig to give us some more information on exactly what is the nature of that project. And this will wrap up our Internet organization updates as Claire carries us through the Caribbean IXP Directory and Traffic Monitoring Project. Over to you, Claire.
Thanks, Bevel. Are you seeing my screen and hearing me?
Your screen, you just have to get into presentation mode.
Right, yes. Yeah, no, it's it's showing my, oh my goodness. Where do I change this?
Use that little down arrow display settings. You should be seeing our Twitch displays somewhere at the top there.
Yeah, I normally see it, but the screen share is blocking it.
Carry on, that's fine. So just remember to turn on your video again, please.
I did. I stopped video. Are you seeing me now? Bevel? Hello?
I'm not.
My video is on. Me and the
Okay.
technology this morning.
Let's begin the presentation, please.
Okay, stop sharing. Okay, so Kevin would have discussed, would have shared with you the Caribbean IXP Directory project, which is part of the FRIDA. We applied for a FRIDA grant under the category Internet Stability and Security. This IXP project is actually a Caribbean IXP Directory and Traffic Monitoring Project. As many of you will know, and Shernan spoke about it a little bit, in the Caribbean, we really don't have a lot of data available for us. So this will help us to gather some of that data, particularly with respect to the internet exchange points in the Caribbean. It's a one-year project, and the aim of this project is to keep our IXP and traffic information accurate and up to date, and to share with you and with the world and to improve decision making. What you find happens currently is that anybody wants to find out about a Caribbean IXP, they may call or write Stephen or Bevel and ask them, can you tell me who's the coordinator at such and such Caribbean IXP? And then they may send an email or whatever. But when you try to even find some of the websites about the IX, it's very limited. So that's the aim. The outcome at the end of this project is to have a Caribbean repository, which will be automatically collecting data from the IXs that are operating in the region. We don't intend to reinvent the wheel, and so we will be using the approach similar to the EuroIX. And we want to share this data similar to the way that it is shared in the existing repositories. What we have found as well is that there are at least 3 repositories that we are aware of, the EuroIX, Peering DB, as well as the PCH-IX directory. But if you went to any of these directories, the information is not consistent over the 3 directories. We're not saying that when we finish this project, it will be, but at least when you come to the Caribbean directory, you should be able to get up-to-date and relevant information related to the Caribbean. First, we would start off by manually collecting some of the data on the IXs, whether they are operating or in development. We'll use online forms, surveys, and social media. And this is where some of you will come in. We will be looking to you to help us to collect that data, and we would want to have it done in a timely manner. The idea is to automatically collect the data later on from the IX's directory. And it was interesting to hear Louis speak about some of the tools that are available for sharing this type of data and for collecting the data and for sharing the flow of the traffic and tracing it. And so this would be very useful for us moving forward. But if you would like to find any more information about this, about the EuroIX and their schema, it is available, and the website is on the is being shared in this presentation. And we are going to be using open data, and it's going to be based on interoperable type. Can you? Thanks. The other activities that we would be doing, the data would be in a publicly accessible the repository, which would be available on our CaribNOG website. As soon as it's available, we would share that, we would market the availability of this information, because we think that it is critical for us, not just in the Caribbean, but globally, to have this type of repository. And we're really grateful to Frida and Latnik for seeing value in our presentation and our proposal. We will also, the IXs will be publishing the data as well on their own websites. So this is not to say that the data will only be found on our website, but if they wish to publish it on their website, it can be. But what we want to ensure that anyone can go to one specific place and find relevant data. And finally, data will be pushed as far as possible to the existing repositories, which, as I said before, with the EuroIX, Peering DB, and the PCH, which are some of the ones that we know. And I think Telegeographic may have something available as well. So next slide, please. I think that's it for a slide, yes. And if you would like to find out more information, you can go to CaribNOG or the Frida website to find out about this project. Thank you very much. And we look forward to your support and collaborating with you to get this project completed in the 1-year time frame. Thanks much.
You can sit down the break time.
Sorry? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for being with us at this morning's session. And we'll...
Questions, take it time, questions.
Do you have any questions about this project or how you may be able to participate if you wish to?
We're all here for you, Claire, don't worry about it. Stephen and I are on. Any questions? So we have from Jerry Jerry. Claire, stop share, go to presentation mode, start again, share. Thank you very much. You got some tech support from the community, you see? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Any questions or comments?
Stephen, you want to give any additional info on this and how we plan to execute?
Yes. So just to Stephen Lee, CaribNOG, I'm part of the research unit with Claire that's working on this. I just want to also frame it in the wider context of what we've been working towards over the past year inside of CaribNOG. Most of the community would be aware that last year we received a grant from ARIN for work with internet exchange points. So this is actually a part of the same movement. With the ARIN grant, we've been working towards directly working with exchange points to get them over the line, get them up and running, dealing with some of the needs for equipment and training and so on. And that has been in progress. We're coming to the end of a year. This complements that by providing information about the state of the internet exchange points, especially the ones which are spinning up and wouldn't exist previously in one of the directorates. So this is what we've been discussing, we've been working on inside of CaribNOG for the last period of time, getting our exchange points out there with the help of the community. Brent, we all work and talk to Brent very regularly. Brent and a few of the engineers inside of CaribNOG have stepped up and are part of the project team, which is doing this. So I'm also inviting, because I mean we all talk together all the time. I'm inviting all of the engineers inside of CaribNOG to jump in this. If we reach out and need your help or input inside of your specific territory, a few of us are already operating our IXPs. Let's jump on this and try to make sure that we have as much data as possible. But also when we'll need hands on the ground sometimes to do measurements, see what's going on with traffic and so on. So please let's work on this together. This I think is gonna get even further. This is something that Bevel has been discussing for a while. We want to measure traffic activity. When the IXs are there and you have ISP1 connected to ISP2 at the internet exchange point, what are we seeing from the traffic? Where is it going and so on? That's where we want to take this. So when we say make decision making and so on, that's basically what we're talking about. So we'll be monitoring, sharing the data, and then we want to start to use it more strategically and have less anecdotal based type of decisions. So that's generally the move.
Just add one thing. This is also an opportunity for us to bring some interns on board. So we would be looking for some interns in the community who want to learn about IXs, who want to help build IXs, who want to support IXs. So if you have some persons available, reach out to us and we will get them involved in the project. Thank you.
Right. So now you can.
So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, thank you again. I think this has been a really good morning, and we look forward to the afternoon session. Hope you will all come back. We have the presentation from ICANN at 1 o'clock, David Saltero, and then we have the hands-on lab with Patrick, and Patrick is no stranger to us. He was at our CaribNOG 21. And then we have our community updates, which will be moderated by Kevin. So enjoy your lunch. See you back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Standard Time, Atlantic Standard Time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Everyone.
Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. This is our afternoon session. Stephen, are you there? All right. Okay. Who's kicking us off into this afternoon session?
Okay. The afternoon session will be deployment of IMRS by David Soltero of ICANN. I think I'm going to ask Albert and Albert Daniels of ICANN will also be moderating the Q&A at the end of that session. So Albert, let me turn over to you and ask you to introduce David, frame it, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Stephen. Well, we have presenting this afternoon Mr. David Soltero, who works with one of the technical teams at ICANN. David joined ICANN in 2007 as a network engineer.
Albert, your audio is pretty low. Yeah.
Sorry?
Your audio is a bit low.
It's low. Oh, that's strange.
Better now.
Actually, no, it's sounding good on this side, Stephen.
Oh, so Stephen, it's your headphones that are not good. Okay, but I'll continue. If you can't hear me, I'll stop. And I was saying that David joined ICANN in 2007 as a network engineer in the IT department. He was originally responsible for design, deployment, and maintenance and support of the network storage and virtualization platforms that are used to provide ICANN services. In December 2013, David actually moved over to DNS engineering team as the lead DNS engineer. Of course, David brings a multitude of experience in the IT world to the engineering operation of IMRS, and David is going to tell us a little bit more about what IMRS is all about. You know, at ICANN, we don't waste any time in coming up with new acronyms. So we feel that since this is such an important CaribNOG meeting, we had to come up with a new acronym for you. So David will tell you what IMRS is and explain to us how we go about deploying it, particularly as it relates to IXPs. So thank you for joining us this afternoon, David. And as they say, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you, Albert. Good afternoon to everyone. I'll start my presentation here. Okay, I'm assuming you can see my presentation now. Again, my name is David Soltero, and I'm going to be presenting about IMRS, or the ICANN Managed Root Server. We'll start with what is a root server and where are they located as of today. Well, the IMRS is one of the root servers, and it's based on the RSAC 026 or 26 document, which is the point of entry to the root server system. It's an authoritative name server that will answer the content for the root zone as published by IANA. It has to do with a lot of RFCs, and here are a few of them. There's more, of course. Where are they located now? Here, I got a quick snapshot of all instances as of today on the area. This is out of the rootservers.org website. And even though there are 13 root servers, they're operated by 12 independent root server operators. And there's about 1,400 instances deployed around the world. In the case of IMRS, as I mentioned before, it's one of the 13 root servers, and is managed by the ICANN DNS engineering team. We call it, it's a part of SANE, which is Security and Network Engineering. We operate under the AS number 2144, and we advertise our service through the IP blocks 199.783.42. We advertise the /23 and 24, And on IPv6 2001-509F42, we also advertise there the /47 and 48. And the DNS label name is l.root-service.net. We've been Anycast since 2007, and we have renumbered twice. Back in 2007, we renumbered our IPv4 address, and recently in 2016, we renumbered our IPv6 address. Note that the IPv6 address is still being answered for by IMRS. In terms of IMRS locations, as of September, we have instances in all the ICANN regions, with 26 in North America. North America includes Puerto Rico, and we have Latin America with 38, as the Caribbean and South America with one exception, Africa, Europe, and Asia Pacific. In terms of instances in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have 39 instances total. That's one more than what I showed on the previous graph, as I list Puerto Rico here as one instance in the Caribbean, which Puerto Rico belongs to North America in the ICANN regions. With IMRS, we have two types of instances. We have what we call the IMRS clusters. We have 4 of those. Those are high capacity installations. They're built and operated by ICANN. We have one in Los Angeles, California, one in Virginia, here in the US as well. We got one in Czech Republic, in Prague. And we have one that we deployed last year in Singapore, in Asia Pacific. We also have what we call IMRS singles. An IMRS single is basically a single system, an appliance, that is mostly hosted by organizations that want to partner with ICANN on the stability and resiliency of the internet, and will host one of the systems on their network. Those systems are managed or operated by ICANN. Here's a quick picture of one of our cluster installations in Singapore, where you see servers and network equipment and so on. In terms of DNS stats, we actually publish a lot of stats for the IMRS. Those are available on stat.dns.icann.org. You will see queries per second, types of queries, source of those queries based on prefixes and AS numbers, and where are we receiving those queries? In the case of the lower end, we have Latin America, and those are the instances in Latin America receiving traffic, which receive a significant amount of traffic. There's way more than this. I'll encourage you to take a look. In terms of talking about those partners in hosting an IMRS instance in your network, we have a set of prerequisites. The organization is willing to host an instance managed by ICANN. They would need to sign an NDA and an agreement. There's no cost to that process. We need to purchase a hardware appliance. We use a reseller that would ship a hardware that is pre-configured. We just plug a few cables and power on, and that will make the machine online for ICANN to activate it. We need to provide the housing or the colocation space, which it would include the hosting, power, and IPv4 and IPv6 connectivity. We actually require v6 connectivity for new IMRS instances, although we would allow organizations to commit to deploying v6 connectivity within 6 months. And of course, we'll need to have the ability to establish a BGP session for the network to propagate the IMRS prefixes, which originate from the AES 2044. And we require the organization also follows best practices as mentioned on the BCP 38 document. How hosting an IMRS instance will benefit an organization or a community. Well, we use Anycast technology, which allows to serve traffic from multiple locations, which in turn allow us to have a lower round trip to the user, providing a better user experience. It will also allow us to increase capacity for the service, and in the likelihood of some attack to the IMRS infrastructure, or even to the infrastructure on the region, it would maintain the service as users will be able to reach the root service system through that local instance. The other advantage is it allows for flexibility on adding and removing instances. We add and remove instances for maintenance, or even not only network maintenance is on the ICANN side, but also by the host. So we would maintain the service for the area. The workflow for that onboarding or that organization to actually request an IMRS instance, once they satisfy the prerequisites, would be to contact your GSC or ICANN Global Stakeholder Engagement local representative. In this case, Albert Daniels is one of our GSC team, and he'll be one of your point of contacts. Once you contact the GSC team, he would in turn contact the DNS engineering team internally, and we'll start the process internally using DocuSign as the tool to exchange information. We ask for some basic information about the organization. That would include some technical details, like what's the round trip to the root servers at the moment, what kind of organization is it a government based or educational, so for profit, not for profit, so on. Once we gather that information, we actually process that information internally and move over to sending an NDA. Once the NDA is signed by the organization, then we move into the contracting portion, and we gather technical information for that deployment of the instance, IP addresses and routing details for that server to be pre-configured when it ships to the organization. Once that process is completed, the organization proceeds to buy the appliance from the ICANN specified reseller, and then the appliance arrives, and organization plugs the cables, and we, as the ICANN DNS engineering team, will actually activate or commission the appliance. In terms of, we actually have 2 IMRS instances, and I'll talk briefly about that. Basically, the goal of having an appliance is they would actually have, IMRS appliance actually have a lifespan of about 5 years. So that appliance actually includes 5 years of support from the OEM vendor. And the IMRS agreement requires the upgrade of every 5 years. In terms of the hardware advantages, it removes complexity of the setup on our end, as we know and have performance tuning information from the system. We know on the drivers and compatibility issues. We have tested that before we roll out a software update. And it also removes operational costs related to diversity on the hardware per site. Key point here is that the hardware is actually owned by the host or the host organization, and is just managed by ICANN DNS Engineering. We have two types of appliances. We have what we call a Calypso, which is the most common. So basically, it's a one-use server with gigabit interfaces. Is the recommended appliance for most organizations. It's around $2,000 system. And we have what we call Pandora, which is still a one-use appliance, but it's intended for larger organizations like tier 1 ISPs, where you would actually need 10 gig fiber optic ports. The cost of a Pandora is between 8 and 10,000, so it's a big difference. Now, do AMRS support IXPs, and how we support IXPs? In the AMRS deployment plan, we do not include deployments to AMRS, to the IXPs directly connected as part of our deployment plan. One of the main reasons for that is there's other root server operators that are actually actively looking for IXPs to make deployments. So we're looking for diversity. Now, in terms of the IMRS cluster, which are the high capacity installations ICANN builds and operates, we do have IXP presence on those, but those are an exception. We have an open peering policy at those. In terms of IMR singles, which are the ones by partners of ICANN, we have some legacy systems that are connected to IXPs. We are maintaining those, but we're only peering with route server at those locations. So we would maintain those as the host would actually sponsor that site. How IMRS supports the instances near IXPs? This would be what we would actually want for new installations. The IMRS system would actually be hosted behind one of the existing networks connected to the IXP, the host network in this case. And then we would actually peer with that host organization, and that host organization will actually redistribute the IMRS routes to the IXP peers through route servers or direct peering with other organizations, and would advertise the IMRS prefixes or re-advertise the IMRS prefixes to the ISPs as well. And pretty much my last slide before I'll take questions is how to engage with DNS engineering. We have our website, and where we have information for the IMRS system, and how to host an IMRS instance in your network, frequently asked questions, maps, statistics, as I mentioned before, RSAC measurements, and maintenance schedules, and so on. We also participate in meetings like this one, DNSOARC, IETF, and so on. You can also follow us in Twitter, which we announce new IMRS instance all the time. And that's it. I'll take questions.
Thank you very much, David. I think this presentation ties in very nicely with our discussions today related to IXPs and building resilience, because having a root server close to your IXP is one of the ways where you can add a layer of resilience to the network overall. Before we take any questions, which can either be typed in the chat or in the question and answer pod, or I mean, if anyone wants to speak out aloud, they can simply raise their hand. I would just speak a little bit more to one of the acronyms that David used. You know, sometimes within the community, we take these acronyms for granted and we use one of them and then we just assume that everybody knows what we're talking about. But my experience has told me different, that sometimes some of the stakeholders, even though they're experts in one area, may not be completely familiar with a particular acronym. So the one I just wanted to talk about a little bit is RSAC, RSSAC. And that is short for Root Server System Advisory Committee. And just to explain a little bit what that grouping is, it's one of the stakeholder groups within the ICANN multi-stakeholder community. Now remember, the ICANN multi-stakeholder community facilitates the development of policies surrounding, you know, different aspects of the internet. Now we have three bodies that actually draft that global policy. One drafting it for numbers, the Address Supporting Organization, one dealing with country code top-level domain names, and another one dealing with generic top-level domain names. Now the thing is that while this policy is being developed, you have 4 advisory committees that give advice to the board on different aspects of the policy. So the one that David mentioned, the RSAC, the Root Server System Advisory Committee, is one of these committees that actually says to the board how a particular policy that's being developed may be impacted in their area. So for example, when we had all of these new generic top-level domain names, .cars, .hotels, and so on, the RSAC did an analysis and they gave the board some technical advice on the extent to which adding, you know, 1,200 new generic top-level domain names would impact the overall functionality of the internet. So that the RSAC is a very important entity within the ICANN community, and membership of it is open to technical experts like many of the participants on this call. So if you are particularly interested in actually becoming a member of the Root Server System Advisory Committee or the Root Server System Advisory Committee caucus, we can talk about that and see how we can get you involved in that area. There is, like I said, an ICANN meeting coming up soon from the 25th to the 28th of October. And the RSAC, the Root Server System Advisory Committee, will be one of the groups that's actually meeting and having deliberations during that meeting. So, David, it looks like the folks have left you off the hook this time.
There's one question on the chat.
Oh, in the chat. Oh, I didn't see it.
Yes,
Sorry.
there's a question from Louis Lee about why we advertise as /24 and 25, 23 and 24.
Oh, yeah,
and
sure.
47, 48 for IPv6. No, are they never filtering out the /24? No, that's not actually the case. We use that to allow us routing engineering. We actually, as tools, we can play with BGP communities like non-export, no export. We also use that as a way of having a failover for IMRS instances that actually are withdrawing routes due to a failure detected on the system. In case of a systemic failure within the system, we will still be advertising /23, for example. There's a lot of technical reasons for this. There's nothing to do with filtering. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further response from Louis on that. Oh, yes, he says, thank you very much. So it looks like that has answered his question. I just have one quick sort of fun question for you, David. Who was it who actually named the server configuration Calypso? Was it somebody from the Caribbean or from CaribNOG? Do you have any, what's the backstory on that? That's a very Caribbean term.
Actually, I think it was Terry Manderson actually who came up with the Calypso name. Okay, I came up with the Pandora though.
Okay, okay. So maybe Terry must have spent some time with us in the Caribbean. I'm seeing, oh yeah, okay. So it looks like we're okay. We have a few minutes, which I would, after thanking you, David, for participating with us and giving this presentation, I would hand back over to Stephen Lee. So thank you very much. And you can look forward to further invitations to come and share information on IMRS with the CaribNOG community. So back to you, Stephen.
Bye.
All right. Thanks, David, and thanks, Albert. That's good information for us there. We will now transition to our afternoon lab, and I want to introduce or ask to come on Patrick Okoye from the Network Startup Resource Center, NSRC. Patrick, can you put on your camera and come up? So we have been, I think this would be the second meeting in a row that we would have had direct participation by the NSRC. This is a training institute, originally started in the University of Oregon in the US, but really has been working around the globe to help networks get started, particularly education networks and public networks, such as internet exchange points, with a focus on just training and empowering engineers to build networks according to standard. I'm still not seeing Patrick. Patrick, could you? If Patrick can come on. So Patrick had previously presented earlier this year at our CARPIF meeting, and he started a session which ended up having to be abbreviated, which is one of the reasons why we asked him to come back for this session on internet exchange point design. And what are the considerations? What are the best practices? What's involved in starting green with nothing and building up an exchange point? So we'll be covering that just to give a good understanding of what's involved. But then we're going to transition into a lab in which Patrick will walk us through actually configuring this with some virtual devices. So we'll have the opportunity to do the lab with Patrick. He'll be guiding us through the different steps. We'll be implementing our IP addressing and BGP and so on. And the labs will be left up for 1 week after this meeting. So even if we don't have an opportunity within this meeting to jump on, or those who might watch this delayed, tonight or another day this week, we'll be able to request access to the lab. It will be credentials will be provisioned and sent to you, and we'll have another week to go through the lab with the materials Patrick has provided. So I think this is going to be a really good time for us. We have just about 2 hours and 2 minutes. And so we'll take our time. Patrick is, having had to abbreviate his first session. He's very conscious of the just the timing of things and so on. And he says he wants to leave a lot of time for questions and to get into answering things that we have in detail. So welcome, Patrick, and over to you. To take us through and over to you to take us through the lab.
Thank you. I hope everybody can hear me. My name is Patrick Okoye. I consult with the Network Startup Research Center. If I can share my screen. Okay, I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thanks. I hear that my audio is choppy. Is it still choppy right now?
Yes, it is, Patrick, and it sounds as if you have a delayed signal going to you. If you have the stream playing somewhere else, you might maybe you should stop that. So let's only Zoom. The stream playing somewhere else, you might maybe you should stop that. So let's only Zoom.
1 second. Okay, hopefully that removes any echoes and things like that. Let me know if you can hear me clearly.
Yes, this is better. Still a bit choppy, but let's see what we can do.
Sorry, I turned that to my, okay. So this is a set of presentations that I tried giving during AFPIF, but of course, sorry, during CARPIF, but of course we didn't have enough time to go through it. So it's split into both a set of presentations and then some accompanying labs. What we will try to do is make sure that I have more time for questions because much as we've planned this as a lab, it's difficult to do an actual hands-on lab when we are all remote and it's just one session towards the end of the day. The other thing I'll mention is the presentations that I'm giving will be up on, it's going to be on the CARPIF because of course it's streaming to YouTube. But with ZenSRC, there's lots of learning material that we invite the community to use at learn.nsrc.org. And there will be like more in depth of any topics that we fail to get into detail today. That's there for those who can use it. And feel free to share this with your friends, etc. So one thing that usually comes up when we're discussing IXP design from a technical perspective, remember, for perspective, we are not looking at how exactly do you choose a site or a location, because that is more of an administrative thing. Like I said in previous sessions, there is the whole idea of what do you put into the, is the site non-contentious, for example, and things like that. So from the technical part, when you've picked your site, you now get to questions of, okay, so where are people going to plug in? What are they going to plug into? And the best practice right now is to have a layer 2 exchange. And we're going to go through some of these points. And what we mean is, this is where you have very simply a switch at the middle of your exchange point. We mentioned this a lot, and I believe Michelle from PCH and other people will have said this a lot. Fundamentally, an exchange point is a switch, right? It's just a switch. But of course, you have other things that you build on top of that. But fundamentally, it's just a switch which has a shared LAN, and people plug into this thing, so they have the same address range. I believe the update from the RIRs earlier mentioned that IRRs always have, they try to keep aside some address space for IXP. So you just have a switch, you have a LAN that you've gotten from an RIR, you probably have another subnet that you're using for services that we shall talk about. So each ISP has a router possibly located at the IXP, and they get a cable from that router to this switch, and they pair with everybody else using BGP, right? So no internal gateway protocols here. But when you grow larger, by larger, I mean both in port density. So when you start off and there's just 2 or 3 of you, it's very easy to have a single small switch. But when you have 100 peers, 200 peers, 1,000 peers, who knows? Then scaling this concept becomes a bit more challenging. Okay. One thing you can do is you can have a single site IXP, which is what most people have, and you have had people mention things like services. Typically, the services, we shall talk about them at the end of this presentation, but these are things like the root DNS servers. I believe in the opening presentation, you were informed that one of the things that could be beneficial at an IX would be, for example, root DNS servers. And also in that presentation, they mentioned looking glasses and other things. So these are services which everybody needs on the internet, and having a local copy helps the internet in general. So basically, okay, I'll try and shut off my video and see. Okay, is the audio better right now? Okay, so these are just services which would benefit everybody and would be located at the IX. Then you have each ISP has their router and they are connected to this switch. Separate to that will be what is usually the management network, and we shall talk about this in just a few slides. If in some cases, and this is not really common for people who are starting out, you could decide to have 2 sites where the sites are not interconnected, and you just have the second site set up and everybody can pull a router to the second site. Earlier, somebody asked about a question about how redundant should my power be if as the IXP, and one of the answers was if I can have a second location, then I might not worry so much about the first, right? So it depends on your geography, right? For some of the islands, it does not make sense to have 2 sites, right? But typically, one thing to note is to keep it simple. Usually, we would recommend that you don't interconnect these sites, because you get into all kinds of issues like this interconnect cable. Who pays for it? Who runs the OPEX? Who runs all of these things? So you get into a lot of management overhead. So if you just have a second site and everybody who wants to can use the second site and people can peer at either site, it's fine. So that is when you have, but at each site, you could have 2 switches for redundancy, or you could have separate sites. And again, try and not interconnect the switch fabrics, because you get all kinds of strange failure modes, especially if you're just starting out. Some of the larger IXs are spread over multiple facilities, but it takes a while to get a handle on how do you manage layer 2 networks that are spread across diverse places. It becomes a bit tricky. And these are some of the services that we've mentioned earlier that you could host at the IXP. So from the technical side, you need address space because each router is going to get a set of addresses. We recommend public address space from your IXP LAN. You can get a slash, typically you can get a /24 for the LAN and a /64 for, well, you get like a /40. You'll have to read the the policies of the RIR, but you typically get a /48, and then out of that, you can use a /64 for the routers. Each ISP requires an ASN, but the IXP itself does not necessarily require an ASN. But if you look at the policies, usually when you go as an IXP and request for resources from ARIN or LACNIC, you will also get an ASN. You'll have to look at the policies, but what is important is each ISP needs an ASN. Well, I'm saying ISP, but each peer, it can be government, it can be anybody else. There are some network security considerations. Like we've said, you typically do not want to connect a switch to the IXP switch. You typically want to connect a router to the IXP switch to avoid spreading the layer 2 segment into somebody's network. Just 1 second, something is popping up that I have a Q&A. Okay. Right. So I'll talk about the IPv6 part of this, right? But basically, right now, many RIRs still have some reserved space for IXPs. So you might be able to get some reserved space, and you can dual stack, right? You can do IPv4 and IPv6 if you're just starting out. And as the IXP, you need to dual stack because some of your members might be IPv6 only, some might be IPv4 only or something. So as the IXP, you have to be dual stack. Okay. So in terms of layer 2 security, the LAN switch needs to be, like I said, you're not connecting it to other switches typically outside the IXP fabric. So you want to have more strict rules on things like you don't expect to see spanning tree, or you don't expect to see kind of those things. So you have to manage that. Then the management and services network is different because if you're, for example, hosting root name servers, and you can, a lot of the people who've presented earlier host some of these. You will need then internet access to this root name server for it to get updates. And then everybody else will get the local queries of the IXP peering LAN, which does not have internet access. It does not have transit. So this is why we talk about services or management as separate from the IXP LAN. And this is quite important. These are some standards that EuroIX have contributed. And then there are some BCPs. And then, of course, I thought I had a link to the manners. So ISOC has a set of manners recommendations specifically to IXPs. And all it does is it tells you what you'll have seen in one of these other documents, right? It tries to put it in one spot. And you can look at these. I think I have another slide at the end which has more links to some of these. I've mentioned this before. Typically, the core is an Ethernet switch, and that has superseded all other connectivity types. And for example, you won't find an IXP that's running ATM or some other technologies, right? Also, you will likely have a switch in the middle, not a router, for example. So what you connect to physically is a switch, or it's configured as a switch. And it can be from something which is 1U to something that is much taller than me standing up, right? Okay, not that I'm very tall, but you get the point. And it depends on your the densities that you need, and also the speeds that you need, the port speeds. These are some recommendations. And if you notice, we start by talking about what you should be looking for, especially for somebody who's just starting up or somebody who's trying to restart their IXP. And if you have 2-3 peers for the start, 48 fiber ports in a 1U with some redundant power supply where each port has 1 gig or 10 gig fiber is a very good start. Most of these type of switches will have 40 gig or 100 gig uplinks. So if you need to connect more than one, either for redundancy or to expand your ports, you're not limiting on the interconnect. But you should always have managed switches. So you must be able to do SNMP, SSH, port security, and all of these things. This list is an example of when I last updated these slides, some hardware that we've seen used in these particular roles. Note that vendors will come out with something different that matches the role better. What you need to do is start at the list of requirements that you have, and then you go and look and see what the vendors can offer you. Instead of trying to start with what the vendor has and then you try and make it work. So typically the peer, each member will bring a router to the IXP location, and like I live in Uganda, and a big part of that was, especially when the interconnect might not be fiber, it might be wireless or something. It was easier if the peering router was at the IX. But these days with lots of fiber, somebody likely can pull up an extra pair and just trunk it to some other location or across the building if you're inside some sort of co-location space. So sometimes the peering router is not physically at the internet exchange point, right? In terms of the peering router, this is again, what we advise is you just need a router which has an Ethernet port to the IXP switch, an Ethernet port back to the network, and you can run BGP. So when you say you want a router to do peering at an IXP, you might get sold a very expensive, very big, very unnecessary router to do your peering, and it might not be what you need, okay? Of course, when you're looking at the router specs, you look at, okay, how much capacity do I expect to move through the IXP, at least at start, 1 year, 2 years, and that sort of thing. But you should avoid, there's this thing where a vendor gives you a spec sheet of a really power hungry router with hundreds of interfaces and you're only using 2. So try and avoid that. This was mentioned in the opening presentation. You could have a switch located in an equipment rack dedicated to the IXP. And this can include other IXP operational equipment. And the participants' routers are located in neighboring racks. You could do copper for 1 gig and then fiber for 1 gig and up. Usually you don't do copper for 10 gig. Fiber is easier because in many cases, if you have a 1/10 gig switch, if somebody is switching from 1 gig to 10 gig, it's just a switch of an SFP, as opposed to if it's a copper, then it with active cables and things becomes complicated. So each participant will need to run BGP. So they need their own AS number, they need a public AS. This bad things happen if you try to peer at an internet exchange point with a private AS. You need a public ASN for the participants. And then each participant will configure BGP. And once you're talking BGP to somebody who is in a different autonomous system from you, it's external BGP. We recommend that you do not, as an IX, mandate that everybody peers with everybody else. You can encourage it, but stay away from mandating it. History has not been kind to IXPs that try to mandate this multilateral peering. So people can peer with all participants, or they can peer with a subset of participants. It is up to them. As the IXP operator, it's your job to encourage them, but not to enforce your ideas on them. And this is what I've just been explaining. In my region, the few IXPs that tried ended up having to go to a mode where anybody decides what their peering policy is. I guess worldwide, the most famous one is from the Indian region, where people ended up peering, but they set up their BGP policies such that no traffic is actually exchanged across the internet exchange, which is a shame. So you can have multilateral peering, where people usually peer with a central device, typically a root server, or we can have bilateral peering, where peers set up peering with each other according to their own requirements and their own relationships. In many IXPs, you will see bilateral peering today, but by choice of the participants, but you find that most IXPs will offer both. So people who want to peer with the root server are able to peer with the root server, and people who want to create their own bilateral peers can do that. Okay. Peering policies. Each peer has to decide what their policy is. Are they open, where it means that peer will peer with everybody? And some networks say, I have an open peering policy. And they will typically want to peer with IXs that have a root server, because they do not want the hassle of setting up tons of BGP sessions. Then there's selective peering, where the operator will pick an ISP peering policy. You have to request, and then they'll decide whether they'll peer with you or not. And then restrictive is, there are some peers where they will approach you, but you can't approach them. Basically, they're not approachable to certain peering opportunities unless either you belong to a certain size or something in terms of bandwidth or location or things like that. So so that's restrictive peering. Now each peer has to decide what kind of peering they're going to do. And some people will be open, most people will be selective, but of course there will be a few people who are restrictive. And I mean, it's their business model, so it's up to them. Peering DB, earlier you have had some discussions, an update from CaribNOG about databases and collecting information about IXPs. So it's good that inside this region, you are trying to solve this problem, because if someone wants to come and peer, as was mentioned earlier, they need to understand what are the peering policies of the different people present at this IXP, or who's even present at the IXP. And all of these things are not, they're not universal. So there's recommendation to use peering DB, but in your region, I would say talk to CaribNOG with what they're trying to do with gathering everybody's information and statistics, because this will streamline everything. This slide is just there as a general general advice. But in your case, since there's actual, I believe CaribNOG is going to publish some of this information into PeeringDB and other databases. So please talk to them, but please publish your peering policy. This is some general routing advice. Your border routers must not be configured with a default route or carry the full routing table. And this is because you do not want somebody to be able to use your IXP connection for internet access, okay? Right, and so we highly recommend that your peering router does not carry the full internet routing table or a default route. Now, in some cases, some networks choose to offer transit, which means they will carry internet routes across the IXP fabrics. This can be abused easily by somebody who's not paying for this transit, so they do it at their own risk, okay? So keep that in mind. What the members do at the end of the day, as the IXP, you should encourage them, but it's their business model, right? At the end of the day, each member who comes has a business model of how they want to peer or carry traffic at the exchange. We also recommend that the member border routers do not carry the IXP LAN. For things like Cisco, you use Next Hop Self, so that you do not, inside your BGP, you do not carry the IXP LAN subnet, okay? So that you don't end up advertising it. It might end up leaking, right? So you don't want people outside to have direct access to the LAN subnet. Again, this is because this can create issues. But when you do that, if you do trace routes, you will notice that you cannot reach the address inside the IX. You just get stars because the other routers don't know about it. And we shall talk about, you can put that inside your IGP so that the trace routes don't break, but you are not going to advertise it to external partners. And the next step is especially, so you have a peering router, it's connected to the exchange, and a common mistake that we see is people generate prefixes on that router, and that's a very bad idea. The aggregates should be generated, that what you want to advertise to other people should be generated from somewhere in the core of your network, especially if your peering router is located at the exchange point physically. Because what happens is if your connection to the exchange point goes down, you want your IXP router to stop saying that it has connectivity to this particular subnet. So you want people to use whichever other way to get back to you, whether it's internet or maybe there's a separate exchange point that you both participate in, that's fine. But basically, you do not want the exchange point, your router at the exchange point, to keep saying I have connectivity to this network when you do not, okay? Some IXPs use private addresses for the IXP LAN. The problem is many networks also use RFC 1918 address space internally. So you can end up with all kinds of strange issues. So most just get public addresses and check with the RIR. Even with depletion, many RIRs went ahead to reserve some address space. So you still might have, it's not in the general pool, so it's not available to anything which is not an IX. Of course, at some point that address space will also run out for IPv4, but check and see. Typically, your IPv4 and IPv6 support is just on the same LAN. You don't, so you don't have separate, should I say, VLANs or separate physical switches for IPv6 and IPv4. You just dual stack it. The IXP itself does not require an ASN because it does not necessarily originate anything, right? At the center is just an Ethernet switch, it's a layer 2 device. Some IXPs might have root collectors. It can even run in, the root collector itself can run in a private ASN, but usually the root collector is, I believe Lee mentioned inside his presentation, you might want to have something that just displays what is available, right? As opposed to a root server, and we shall talk about this in a bit more detail, where somebody peers with it and it's a shortcut to peering with every other person. So for the root server, you'll typically have a public ASN, but usually you will get enough ASNs to have both with public ASNs. We've talked again about common good services, which, like I mentioned, will require some internet transit. So what this means is, as you're setting up your internet exchange, you are going to have to arrange for some transit. By transit, I mean internet access to the exchange itself, to the services side or to the management side of the exchange. This will do things like host, if there are, for example, public web pages, and also for things like how do the root DNS servers get updates and all of these things. So that's what that is for. Sometimes it's donated by one of the members, sometimes it's a round robin. So it's now a discussion for the peers to have on how they get this internet transit. Yes, so try and avoid plugging the internet exchange switch into another switch. Try and plug it into something that does routing, like layer 3 with an IP address on that port. And do things like have only one MAC address or some MAC filtering based on what you agree at the IX. And if you have a peering router that you bring, it removes some buffering issues and things like that. So this one has been mentioned in a couple of places. It is recommended that you do not offer services that compete with members. For example, you are in a country with ISPs and they have web hosting. It is highly recommended that you do not include web hosting as one of the things you offer as the IX itself. Now, remember that your IXP might be hosted at some big data center, right? So that data center itself has the business where it runs hosting, but the exchange itself is not a space where somebody can say, oh, can I bring my one new rack server into the exchange rack? No, they should go to the colo provider, get their rack space and do their hosting there. You do not want to start competing with your members because this drives goodwill away and people can end up disappearing. However, there will be services which your members do not offer, but they are good for the region that you can offer. I believe in CAPIF, one of the examples from Nishal was they hosted the local Jitsi server for web conferencing. And because of the latency was very, very, very low compared to Zoom or anything else, people started using it a lot more than anybody expected. So that's an example of something which nobody else was offering. And it's offered free to the community, and it doesn't compete with anybody else. So you can think of things which are useful to your community, but don't compete with your members. Tools, Lee also mentioned this, you need to have graphs and you can decide to have graphs which are available just to the members. So for example, the graphs of the breakdown of where my traffic flows might be available to just me, whereas the total graph of, how much traffic is on this IX could be available to everybody else, okay? So you have to see which tools are available. We've mentioned these are some example of services that you could offer. Lee also mentioned traceroute.org for looking glasses, root servers. You could have a validator cache, which you make available for people who don't want to run their own validator caches. I believe, but this will be something which they can opt in or opt out, depends on what they want. This is for RPKI, so which is a totally different week-long discussion on RPKI. I'm sure many have had the acronym somewhere. Content redistribution and caching, this is where you get, so most of your initial peers are going to be what most people will call eyeball networks. They'll be your service providers, your initial peers. But then you also want to get the content that these eyeballs are going to look at. So this is where content distribution and caching, broadcast media, etc. You might even have local, like TV stations, if they have a way they broadcast their media, they are good people to try and invite to your exchange point, because it means that everybody who's local can now get decent speed without hitting an internet transit link for the broadcast for the video content. NTP, you could have a Stratum 1 time server or an atomic clock. A routing registry, this is a small section of what CaribNOG is doing. Again, talk to the CaribNOG folk. They're trying to make sure that this information about who's there, what do they peer, etc. is collected, and then also you should also put it inside peering DB, because some people will start at peering DB, but please also have it inside CaribNOG. Yeah, so some of these services might need transit access, so you need to arrange it. So it's a cost shared, etc. You need to, this is something which you have to discuss, and you have to be very clear about the arrangement for how does transit work and where these services located. Are they hosted by members and then just shared? So for example, some caches will prefer not to locate their equipment at the IX itself, but they'll locate it at a participating ISP who then offers the content at the IXP. So this is something which you have to work out. Each CDN is different. So attend the peering forums, attend things like CaribNOG, you get to see these discussions and arguments, and then you get a read for what each content network provider thinks about how things should be run. Okay, so root collectors. I think this is my last set of slides. So this is it is a root collector is it's either a router or a Linux system which is running BGP software, and it gathers routing information about what routes are available. It pairs with each member, but it does not forward any packets, and it does not announce any prefixes to members. So it's more like a statistics gathering tool. And there are so many root collectors that are available in different places. And these give people the chance to debug like certain issues. You want to see, okay, how do I get to this person? Is the prefix on this IXP and that sort of thing. So that is a public facing web page. So it needs some transit, and usually anybody can interact with it either through the web page, depending on the root collector. Traceroute.org is an example. It's very useful for travel. You can check if you're so it's very useful. Exchange point, please peer with them and send them your prefixes. But remember, since they're just collecting, you have a filter that says you will not accept any advertisement from them. So this is an example of how it would appear as if it's just another router, right, at an IXP. These are some requirements. It can be just a small Linux system. It's not really, it's minimal requirements. It does not forward packets, so it's really a small system. So yeah, like I mentioned, it just runs BGP. It's not anything complicated. Now a root server is slightly different, though the hardware that somebody can use for a root collector can work for a root server. And in fact, even the same software can act as both. The difference is in the policy that you apply on this device. So it has all the features of the root collector, which means everybody can pair with it, but anything that it receives, it will also announce to everybody else. And usually root servers have a way for you to specify some routing policy. So for example, you can decide that much as I'm sending all my prefixes to this root server, I do not want to advertise them to this specific peer or that specific peer. So there's a way, they usually give you a way to specify that kind of root policy. But the physical device will be literally the same as a root collector. Even when you have a root server, the packets do not flow through the root server, right? The next hop of your packet will be the peer, the next peer. It won't be the root server. So the packets actually flow from your port to the peer port. The only thing that the root server does is on this slide, it helps scale root distribution. So instead of peering with, so if you have 10 peers, instead of everybody having to create 9 sessions, which means you have 9 times 9 peers, well, 9 times 10 different sessions, you can instead all peer with the root server. So you only have a total of 10 sessions, right? Total. So it helps simplify some processing. If you offer it, make sure it's optional. Please don't mandate that that anybody who comes to this exchange point must peer with this root server. It's very useful. It's good to have. You should promote it, but do not mandate it. That won't end well. Traditional routers are not usually used. So the problem was, if you looked at the output of BGP, you would see the root server's IP address inside there. But new router code allows you to remove the root server autonomous system number from the path. We might be able to see an example of this, but let's see. And this is an example. If you have these many peers, and each one wants to pair with each other, these are the number of sessions that you deal with, and it becomes hectic. If you have a root server or a couple of root servers, then everybody just has 2 sessions. Well, the root server has many sessions, but every new peer will just create 2 sessions rather than as many sessions as you have peers. So it's quite useful. Now, the routers will exchange BGP information across the purple lines with the root servers, but the traffic itself, when you do a trace route, it does not hop via the root server itself. This is because all these, in this diagram, 4 routers plus the root server are in the same LAN. They're in the same /24 or in the same /64, so they can reach each other directly. So they will send the traffic for that particular network directly to the correct router. It will not go through the root server. So these are some advantages that I've mentioned, but it has some disadvantages. So like I mentioned, if you're pairing with one root server, so if we go back to this slide, if you're pairing with just this root server, you do not by default have a way to have a different pairing policy with other routers out of the box, right? So you lose that direct policy control, and also the root server can apply policy on what it receives, and you have no control over that, right? Of course, as a member, you have a vote, you have a say, it's part of the exchange policy. So some people want to be sure that the packet went and there are no mistakes, there are no configuration errors. So it depends on what the pairing party wants. This last step is usually for all the BGP implementations where you would see the root server's autonomous system number inside the routing path. But most of the time, you're going to run it implementation where it does not put its autonomous system number. But yeah, so it's useful, but it has its drawbacks. Somebody has to manage it, right? It's work for the root server operator to manage. So typically optional, ISPs can pair directly with significant peers and with the root server for the rest. ISPs open peering will typically, they would like to see that an exchange has a root server. So when you are putting the information of your exchange inside peering DB or you're sharing it with CaribNOG, one of the things they'll ask you is, do you offer root server or do you plan to? And this is why, because some people who have open peering policies are very attracted to exchanges that have root servers. These are the most popular recommendations as of the time I put this slide together. BAD is usually the standard, and well, by standard I mean many IXPs have ended up using it, so everybody ends up using it. For Quagga, the links, the basic fork of Quagga doesn't really work so well at Exchange, but Links, the London Internet Exchange, forked Quagga, and that one has been used. Then FRR has some origins in Quagga, and the website is there. You can use any router, but some routers will leave their autonomous system number inside the AS path, which is misleading because the traffic doesn't flow through the router. For Cisco iOS and iOS XE, you have the root server client configuration option that removes that. It tells Cisco that to behave as if it's a root server. So what you need to think about is, would using a root server benefit you? In some cases, some people have decided to use root servers simply because it's easier. So you set up just a couple of sessions instead of tons of sessions, and you don't maintain eBGP peers. But it's not really an excuse for not learning BGP. BGP, the problem with BGP is you can do complicated things in it, but you do not have to do all those complicated things inside it. You can start simple. So that's it with the slides. I believe George's question was answered by Lee in the chat. And I can touch on it later if you want to. And I believe I answered Felix's question earlier. So if I try and see if I can swap to the lab. When you, or maybe I can log out first so that you see what this looks like. So this is running inside the US. So hopefully, it will, okay. I'm not sure what I've done to my links. So when you come to it, I can't show it right now. This is just a lab environment with groups of routers, and I shall show you how these are connected. And you can log into each one of these routers and you can configure it.
Patrick,
I do have a configuration that we could look at, but we are running out of time. Yes,
hey, Patrick, Stephen here. Can you, in the meantime, just paste the URL for that in the chat so that everybody could at least have access to the page
in the chat?
Yeah, and we'll also make this available.
I'm going to post the URL, and it's going to. Yeah, I'm going to post this URL. It will ask you for username and password, which I'll post here as well. So the password will be NSRC plus WS. So again, this is running, this is up. I will cross-check that all these routers are actually booted and running in just a bit. But when you come here to the agenda and click on it, what it does is it opens a page with the materials that we are, oh, sorry, I posted it to only the panelists. Thanks, Stephen. The materials that we are using for this session. What you'll be interested in is the labs here, the address plan, the setup, etc. So the first lab that I would walk you through would be the IXP peering lab. And since we've gone, okay, so I'm going to walk you through what you'd expect to be done, and the point of doing this would be to show you how this lab session works, but also to show you how the policies that we've talked about in the slide are actually implemented in the IXP. There's some additional labs which I'm not going to discuss today, but I've linked to them. And I don't think these links to the presentations are active yet. I'll fix that shortly. They just the presentation goes through what you would have inside the lab. Also, I will post inside the chat to everyone. So that link, land@internationalstudy.org/BGP, has YouTube videos recorded by me, Philip Smith, and a couple of other people at the NSRC who will have gone through these topics and even more. So you don't have to worry about having just the presentations. You can also have some YouTube videos, and then you can ask us where you have questions. So inside this peering lab, and this is what I wanted to start with is if I can find a way to zoom this. So inside this peering lab is a topology, right? We just have an introduction and then a topology. Each group, remember, when you open, you have groups with different devices, A1, B1, C1, P1, and all of these things. And this explains what each one of those are. The SRV1, or the server, is just a server that runs some monitoring tools. We're not going to talk about it today, but some of you asked, how do I graph certain things? And this is one way you could graph certain things inside your network. We also have exercises for that, but that's a different story. The B router is your router that connects to your upstream. So in this case, 1 to 2 would be the upstream of B8. The C router is your core router. The A router is an access router for your customer, right? So you have a customer, and in this case, we are imagining that you have a customer big enough to speak BGP to you, or the kind of customer where you would allocate address space. So for example, if your customer is a bank, they might have public address space, which is either their own or you have allocated out of your pool. And so they have a router and they speak BGP to you. The reason this happens is in many regions, you'll find that the rules for the bank are that you cannot connect just to one service provider, you must connect to more than one. Okay, so you'll find this customer is actually connected also to a different ISP, maybe group 7 or as well as group 8. And then you have on the right, you have this link which is going down to the exchange point. Exchange point has the switch. So everybody's just plugged into this switch. Each of these groups is plugged into the switch. And inside this switch, there is a root server. And there is the services router. Remember, we said that for certain goodwill services, you need a router that has internet connection. And this services router, the link goes round, all the way back to AS121. Okay, so you have an ISP, AS122 and AS121, and the upstream ISP AS121 has offered transit, or maybe the IXP is paying for the IXP services. In this case, none of the member people have offered transit, which is fine. It can happen. So that is what the lab looks like. These are mostly Cisco devices, with the exception of each thing which is called a server is it's an Ubuntu box. It's running, I think, Ubuntu 18 something. The rest of these are Cisco devices, virtualized, should be virtualized in the US, so the latency should be good for you. Now, I will go through what the lab should do. I don't think and then I would like to take some time for questions rather than try and type things out, because you'll spend a lot of time watching me replacing this with IP addresses and then doing a show IP address and etc. So I'll just explain the lab, and we can, if we have time, we can actually log into any one of these and then see how that works. So the first thing is this lab, not shown on this diagram, is there's a link between this ISP and the next ISP, right? So the peering routers also have a direct link. Actually, it's actually shown here, right? So this P8 for group 8 is connected through gigabit 02 to P7 via gigabit 02. And the way the lab boots, this BGP session is already set up. So you already have this link, this session working. You're already receiving some routes. This session with S112, this BGP session to B7 has already been set up. So all that this lab starts with is how do you join the IXP? And this is where most people are today. Maybe you have a private peering session, but now you want to join the IXP. And at the IXP, this person you have a private peering session with might also be present at the IXP, right? In addition to other people. So that is the idea. So you bring up the interface, gigabit 03, towards the IX. And I can show you what some of this would look like so that this is really tiny, so I'll make it a bit larger. So if I took group 7 as an example, if you look at the instructions on the left, you have SX0. So usually you put your group number wherever you have an X. This is how we kind of numbered the plan to make it a bit easier. So your link to the IXP will be out of this range. The IPv6 will have, in this case, for group 7, a 7 at the end. And then those of you who've worked on Cisco's, you know that you tend to require a lot of things to make Cisco's behave in a very sensible manner, right? So that's this part. So when you see an instruction like this, you have to translate it to something like this for your particular group. So you've created the link to the IXP. And this is what somebody would typically do, right? They've plugged in their link to the IXP. For our labs, we were using ISIS as the IGP. You could be using OSPF. Do not run your IGP on the interface that is facing the IXP. So, but remember we say that if you're doing trace route and you've not put the IXP LAN inside your BGP, the trace route will look funny. It will break at some point from your network going out. So what we do is inside the ISIS, this is already running for your network. You say passive interface, gigabit Ethernet 03. What this does is it will tell ISIS about that subnet, but it will not try to create ISIS sessions with somebody else on that subnet. Okay, so that's what we mean by do not run an IGP. You can tell the IGP about the network, but don't try to create neighbor relationships using the IGP. Whenever you're talking to somebody outside your network, please speak BGP, because IGPs are very trusting. Whatever they receive, they will put inside their routing table with very little chance of filtering or policing. So then your peering router, these are the P routers, right? You need to set up prefix lists. So you create a prefix list, which is for the aggregate. This is what you are announcing. And then for the root server, it is very good, even though you know that the root server probably has some filtering, you should never have a BGP session, an external BGP session, where you do not have your own control of the filters. So irrespective of the filters on the other side, you must always have your own filters. We call it belt and braces, right? So trust but verify, have your own prefix list. So in this case, what you'd be doing is filling this out at the bottom. So you'd have to say, so you'd have to put the links for each group. So each group has a /24. So the first one is group 1. And this is just Cisco syntax. So group 2, sorry. Right, this is why I don't want to end up typing everything, because it will get very boring while you watch me type. Group 3, etc. Right, so that's what. So this prefix list must have everybody on the exchange LAN. And we discussed ways of how to make this a bit more scalable, right? Because if you're talking about lots and lots and lots of, you don't want to have prefix lists for each peer, but for a simple example, this is what we will do. Same for IPv6. Remember we said somebody had a question about IPv4 and IPv6. We just run it as dual stack. So you also have v6 address space. So you create a v6, because remember v4 and v6 ships in the night, right? What one stack is doing, the other stack has no clue about. So you create your prefix list, and then you add it now to the session. So if you notice, your ASN will be something like, okay, in my case for group 7, it would be 70, right? The X0. For the root server, like we explained, because it's not originating anything and its path should not, its ASN should not be in the path, it is fine for the root server not to have a private. Someone has mentioned that some of the servers are down. I'll look at it. Sorry about that. I'll just look at it during the Q&A session. So it's okay to have a private ASN here. This password is case sensitive, and it's what we've set up this is what we've set up on the root server, right? So for all your eBGP sessions, you should have a password set up. This is another one of those best practices things. And then this would be the block that you created up here. So you're specifying that I am only going to announce my address space. I'm not going to announce the address space of everybody else on the network, okay? Then same thing for IPv6. You have to type, so you have to configure each address family by itself. However, when you look at it, the root server session will not come up. And if you look at the logs, you see it complaining. Cisco will complain that I'm receiving updates, but the ASN of my neighbor is not inside the update. And in this specific case for the root server, we want that, right? Because the root server is not transiting the packets for the rest of the network. So it's sending you the update, but its ASN is missing inside the update. So for Cisco, you have to just turn off that AS safety check, no BGP enforce, fast AS. And then you shall see the updates. And then you can do show IPBGP to look at the outcome. But the end of this lab, you will notice that some of your traffic, instead of flowing through the IXP, which should be faster and cheaper, is flowing through an expensive link through one of your service providers, okay? And you will see this, I will not show it to you, you'll see this yourselves. And when you look at the announcement itself, at the details, you'll be able to see why BGP picked this one. Either the AS path will be shorter, or there'll be some reason why it picked it up. This is some background to the services. If we add services to the lab topology, and then I will turn this on a bit later. But then you have to make sure that if you want to reach the services LAN, you allow the services network. This is different from the IXP LAN because this is 127.0.0/24. If you look at the IXP LAN that we were looking at, this IP address is 127.1/24. So they got a 127.0/23 from the RIR. Okay, so you update the filters. Now this appendix just shows you what we configured on the BAD interface. I mean on the BAD router, just for basically for your reference. It can be a starting point for your IXP. And then I think at the bottom, I have the equivalent in Cisco. Yeah. So this is what the equivalent of just the top in Cisco speak. So since we've come to the 1 hour, 1.5 hour mark, I will briefly talk about how do you fix this policy issue. And there are lots of ways because BGP is a policy tool. It gives you so many tools that you can choose to make sure that your incoming and outgoing traffic flows the way you want to flow it, right? And the one discussed here, I believe, is local preference, which is like a priority, but it is common to all routers within a single autonomous system. And this is very common. You could decide that if somebody is a direct BGP customer of mine, like in this case, customer 1 connected to A1, I have a priority of 250. Why? Because as an ISP, I earn money on this link, right? So where possible, I want to send traffic on the link where I earn money. Then we have the private peer. We've not talked about bilateral peering at the IXP. There's another lab to do it. Then for the route server would be 150. The default is 100. Local transit would be 70. Global transit would be 50. This is just an example of certain commonly seen values. The only thing you typically find is the default local preference is 100. And the way this works is if a route is tagged with a higher local preference, guess what? All the routers in that autonomous system will try that particular exit first. If it's down, then it will pick whatever is next available. So that's basically what this lab goes through. And you apply it using what we call a route map in Cisco. You set a local preference, etc. And this goes through the different routers and how you should look at it. And then eventually your BGP table, once you're done, should look like this. You'll have certain things with 100, certain things with 200, certain things with 150. Okay. We've not done, like I mentioned, by this time, we've not done bilateral peering, which would be 170. So I would not expect to see anything with the local preference of 170 inside this list, but there's a separate bilateral peering lab. So that is a walkthrough of what these labs look like. Somebody has already told me that some of the servers are down. I apologize. I will look at it once I am done with some of the questions and answers and any comments. But right now, what I want to concentrate on is taking questions for either the presentation or for the lab, which tries to apply a lot of what we discussed inside the presentation. So yes, any questions?
Great, thanks, thanks, Patrick. Let's see if we have any feedback. Patrick, let's see if we can get you back with your camera on, maybe. Excuse me.
Yeah, let me.
There was one question from.
Try that.
Yeah, let's try again. Jerry had asked about having a secondary site. Could you say again? Okay, all right.
Okay, yeah. So this question was partly Okay, it's breaking again. Sorry, let me pause.
Yeah, let's
sorry, my link
maybe the
is
video
not
off. Yeah.
working as well. So yeah, so George, you asked about having a secondary site, for example, a smaller IX, which has a subset of smaller providers, and then you want to connect this site to the larger IX, right? And this has been attempted and it tends not to work because technically, if you connect them, you're going to need to have a router in between because they're going to have different LANs, right? So whoever is providing the interconnect is going to have to give you the transit for this link. And this is where it kind of falls apart. What is the SLA? Who's giving you the transit? And all of this, it becomes a very big, like almost a fight. And especially in East Africa, we actually had 3 different attempts to have local smaller IXPs interconnected. And this was back, we didn't have fiber by then. We had VSAT. So there was a project to do interconnected VSAT. It was supposed to be sponsored by government. It didn't take off. From experience, you rather let people connect by themselves, or if there is a provider. So sometimes there's a provider who has connectivity to both sites. That provider can privately give either fiber or transit or whatever for somebody who's connected to one site to the other site. So the provider can do it that way, right? And that is an arrangement that they are just buying, like how you just buy like a circuit, right? How do you get your circuit from wherever you are to the IXP? That tends to work out a lot better. So yes, it is technically feasible, but in practice, because of that whole, you don't want to force all these smaller IXP to use one person for transit. It's usually not a good idea. So Felix, I think you are.
Yeah, I think he had posted that comment earlier when you had mentioned V6 and dual stacking.
Oh, okay. So he was clarifying part of his comment. Okay, thank you.
So to jump back a little bit to what you just mentioned there, Patrick. So we have 2 switch fabrics into IXPs, and you're saying that the complexity or it introduced some challenges if we try to directly connect those switch fabrics, because as you say, who's going to pay for the interconnect and so on. But if we have a model where some entity, not the IXP, owns the transit between, then it becomes basically just like every other transit relationship between 2 exchange points. And that brings us back into the world of peering at the exchange and then transit to get to other exchanges. Is basically that's the model that you're speaking about.
Sort of. What I'm trying to, for example, depending on your location, you might find that not everybody actually owns fiber from their location to the IXP location, and maybe it's not feasible for them to dig fiber, right, to the very first IXP before we bring in the second one. And typically what they will do is they might buy service from somebody to get them between their data center and the IXP. So they might go and buy from a wholesaler or somebody, they get some fiber capacity from their offices or wherever to the exchange point.
Right.
Now, if you have 2 exchange points and somebody either already has their own fiber to one, or they've bought from somebody else, and they want to peer at the second, it is better if the IXP does not arrange that connection. It's a lot simpler. It's simpler if the same way how if you didn't have fiber to the initial IX, you can get fiber from one of the other members or whatever as your own link between this exchange point and the other. It simplifies a lot of headache. Of course, some exchanges grow larger and their models are different, where I've seen cases where the transit is either mandated and provided by government, and I've seen all kinds of really complicated setups. And in this case, the IXP itself is now responsible for managing that interconnect. And that is a lot of headache, which I would say try and avoid unless your region really, really needs it.
Okay, understood. I can tell you a little bit about where, and let me continue to invite those who are on or streaming to submit questions if you have them, so we can get into some nuts and bolts with Patrick. Patrick, one of the places that this question tends to come from, and it's popped up in the past, is inside in the Caribbean region. We have our local networks, and people are getting connected, or let's say that there are facilities to get connected to an internet exchange point. I'm in Barbados, I can connect, or I'm in Grenada, I can get connected to GREX. That's good. But I also have the potential to service customers in Trinidad, in Barbados, and so on. And the thinking is, well, can we have some Caribbean IX or some way in which I can make one connection, and automatically for me there's a facility to get to customers in the other exchange points, because me arranging my own transit off national borders is going to be a little bit challenging. I mean, so just asking you to give that a little thought. Have you seen that kind of I guess logical progression of I know I can get connected to one, but I'm looking for a larger market, and transit might not be the best thing for me. I mean, that's where the question really is coming from.
So yes, I understand that. So, for example, in Africa, which I'm more familiar with, the Arab-speaking part of Africa, so North Africa, has traditionally had very strict rules about interconnect from one country to the next. So it's very tricky to cross a border. It's actually easier in some cases to get to Europe than to get from one country on the continent to the next door neighbor. Right. And this is similar to what you're describing, like it will be complicated for somebody to get there on transit. And that comes down to regulation and things and all of that. It is better to try, now in that case, even if the exchange tries to do it, you find that the exchange will run into the same roadblocks, or if more, because exchanges typically don't even have service provider licenses. So it's even more complicated for the exchange to organize. But what the exchange can do is, if you've attracted somebody who is like a regional provider, for example, they have connectivity to both islands, right? So they're in Trinidad and Tobago, they're in Barbados, and you as the exchange point operator, you can have a chat with them as a carrier and then say, can you offer these services? Some of our peers would like to pay across here. Can we negotiate a rate for people who are connected to an IXP? Maybe they can connect via you or something, which is not necessarily the open market rate. Or this is a way to start the discussion as the exchange point. However, in general, what the buzzword that you're going to hear a lot is regional exchange points. And you'll hear it in Africa, you'll hear it in Europe, you'll hear it in the US. The truth is, regional exchange point is one, it's just an exchange point where, number one, international participants are welcome, right? So somebody does not have to have a local ISP license in order to participate. So for example, if I get my connectivity between Uganda and London, I can participate in the London Internet Exchange Point without having a UK ISP license, right? So that's number one. The regulation has to allow someone external to come in. And then these exchanges tend to grow naturally. People end up pulling, because business ends up working that way, people end up pulling traffic across. So for East Africa, I would say that Kenya IXP is because you have Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. And because of the way the traffic flows, and most of the fiber routes come, for example, from Uganda to Kenya to the coast in Kenya, you find that the Kenya IXP is becoming a little bit of a regional hub. But so you find very many Ugandan providers also are present at the Kenya IXP.
Right.
But it's not like, it's not a special, a regional IXP is not a special, it's not a special switch, it's not a special anything. It's just better policies and better access.
Okay, understood. And I mean, if you define it that way, I think we all kind of pretty much understand in the Caribbean region the natural regional IXP for the Caribbean is actually based in Miami. The transit providers all backhaul to Miami anyway. And so in a sense, that is the inexpensive, the least expensive point of connection at this point in time. So the movement to a different regional IX, or let's say or an IX, a common connection point that's inside of the Caribbean region, is usually coming out of the consideration of national sovereignty, and the fact that our CARICOM laws probably would be a bit more amenable to nation states in the Caribbean, as opposed to being under U.S. jurisdiction if they came to the U.S. But I do take what you're saying, that I mean arrangements would have to be made with our undersea fiber providers to somehow provide some other natural convergence point inside of the region if we wanted to have interconnect that's somewhere aside from the US.
Yes, yeah, that's a very good summary. And a region which is very similar to yours is actually the Pacific Ocean. So if you look at the Pacific Islands, they also have, actually, I think they're even more separated, right? The distance between them is actually even worse.
Yes.
And they've had this same issue, and they tend to get the only exchanges which ended up being regional is because that's where the fiber passed, and so people ended up peering at the bigger one. Instead of getting independent pairs everywhere, some people decided, okay, let me find a way of peering in Australia, for example.
Right.
So that's what ended up happening in the Pacific. So yeah. But it's very important for the exchange operators not to try and force it. It has to just move naturally according to how the business happens, and maybe some lobbying on behalf of regulation so that they can understand what it is you're trying to build to make certain things easier could be helpful. So that's the other thing. I see a question from Marlon Clark. Where the new IX builds currently taking place in Africa and in the Caribbean? Well, for Africa, what I see a lot is not brand new IXPs, but I see a lot of exchanges which were announced. They started, and then for one reason or another, they collapsed, right? So there was not a lot of traffic at the exchange point. So you're going to see some of those. The Angola one is quite good right now. The ones in, so South Sudan doesn't have an exchange point yet, but they are trying to get one. Somalia did not have one yet. They're trying to get something up. And then the other growth that I see, especially in Africa, is some countries outgrow having just one exchange point, and then they'll get another exchange point in another city. So that has happened in Kenya. And in Uganda, I believe in the next year or two, there's going to be another. We currently have one exchange point in one location, and in the next year or two, we're going to have another. For the Caribbean, I don't know, maybe Stephen has more insight onto that.
Yes, in the Caribbean, there are some movements which are currently taking place in St. Kitts. That project is pushing ahead. That's actually one that CaribNOG is involved in partnering with the government of St. Kitts. The operators there are moving forward, and Patrick, you know NSRC is inside of providing training support for that as well. In Belize, there's a movement to set up the second exchange point in the country in Belmopan, the capital. So the first exchange was set up in Belize City, has really good support from the local community and the peers and so on, and want to move inland to the next major city to provide services to the operators which are further south. So Belize is currently working on that. And I know that there are, I know of those two active in motion. There are a few more in which there are some discussions, but don't have anything tangible yet that I could report on here. We do have a number of exchanges which moved forward some years ago, but after consolidation inside of the ISP market, doesn't have the same kind of peering activity as before, and those kind of having discussions about how we can get governments involved, get educational institutions involved, and start to utilize the facilities that already exist. I don't know if any of our CaribNOGers who are on can give any kind of quick feedback on that. I know we've been working on some stuff in Antigua. Possibly, I don't know if Agri is still on, can talk about the situation in Guyana.
And there's also the Suriname IX that is still very much a work in progress. That's moving forward.
Right. Yes. Suriname did mention that today.
Yes. With respect to Suriname, we are helping them right now with, let's say, the equipment that they need. So I do expect in a couple of weeks they should be operational. So that's basically what we're doing. I know we have been talking about this for a while, Suriname, back then, Bevel with PCH as well. So we have been assisting them for a while, but I think we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel right now. So just expect in a couple of weeks, they should be operational. Okay,
that's good to know. I just added Yves. Yves is in Yves Ephraim is in Antigua, and he's actually been trying to get some stuff going there. Yves, if you want to unmute. Hey, great.
Hi, how are you doing, man?
Very good, very good. Good to see you.
Good. Huh?
So good to see you.
Same here. Glad to be on this webinar, and thank you for the information that's been shared and by everyone. Just to give you a little update where we are today. Well, I think in 2019 is when I declared my intent, and so far since then what we've managed to do is to kind of push the process along. I've had to kind of, I'm now pairing with both Flow and Digicel. I'm paying for that at the moment, but the idea was to do it in such a way that we can convert.
Right.
At the moment, so we have our own address. We have our own addresses. As I said, we're pairing BGP4. Also, what I've done is I have an application before Aaron at the moment for a micro address so that we can go ahead and set up our LAN. Or LAN, we have the switch is ready. The facility is ready. We've moved into new facilities where we have solar power, we have backup generator, we have UPS. And so we have most of the building blocks in place. What we now working on at the moment is just trying to get the agreement, get some kind of, we had some kind of verbal agreements, but now I put together a proposal in terms of answering some of the questions in terms of what the policy connection policy is and all that kind of finer details. And I've just kind of been waiting on most basically Flow and Digicel to get back to me. It seems like most people are, the people who I need to make decisions are either left the job and I'm trying to find somebody new, and they're just waiting to get back to me in a couple of days, in maybe a week or two on where they stand with it. But I've also had the company registered, so it's going to be called ABIX, ABIX, and in fact, I got that back today. The fully registered legal entity now, ready to set up. And so it's just working through the details right now to get that connect. Once they say okay, the idea is just turn that link into just a regular peering link for the IXP. So that's all I'm trying to get onto. So once I get the yes and the technical teams I get together, we should be able to start peering at least between Flow and Digicel. Yeah, and then the idea is I've kind of reached out to another IXP here, ACT, and then hopefully once that happens, it's a matter of probably trying to reach out to providers for hosting, for caching, and I think if I'm able to do that, then I think it could make the whole possibility a lot more attractive for others to attract the likes of APUA and so forth onto the scene. But that's where we are at the moment. I think that we have some challenges though, because based on the current environment, there's a reluctance on APUA, which is a government-owned entity, really has the monopoly on the interconnections, the landline interconnections, and there seems to be some reluctance to kind of give access to the other providers through fiber or whatever other terrestrial means. And so the idea is that we are going to try to connect at wireless levels, maybe 100 megs wirelessly to get this started. But the way I'm seeing it, the way I kind of view it is like we need to get started somewhere. And then hopefully once we can show the benefit, we may be able later on to kind of convince the powers that be that they need to facilitate and make it happen. But I just didn't want to sit back and wait for something to happen. I just figured let's just make it happen, even if we have to do it wirelessly, just make it happen. And then we'll see if we can convince others to kind of, help us improve it by allowing, at least to some degree, terrestrial access to us so we can go to 1 gig at least, in the short term. So
okay.
The gamble there, well, we'll see what we get with that.
I mean, you are making it happen, so that's good. I mean, that's thanks for that update, Yves. I think we've because we've been following the developments in Antigua for a while. It's something that we've been interested in. So this is a good update to get. Just one thing, what's been the experience like on the just technically pulling these things together? Because you've had to work on pairing with the providers and basically make all of these things, pull all of these things in place. Have you been working with any of the international institutions or the community in pulling this together? Well,
no, I'm more or less, I haven't really had support other than my spending the time and kind of work, my trial and my error and reading up a lot. Like the presentation you went through, just a while ago. I've kind of spent that. I went to NSRC site and spent quite a bit of time there. Learning. It's quite a useful tool. I can tell you, it worked well. So I kind of went to that presentation that was just shared, Patrick, on my own, and kind of got a gist of what I need to get in place to the IXP and what. And then I actually learned a bit too when I actually made the application to Aaron when they came back and said, oh, to you to get a one of these micro allocations that you need to have 3 ASNs. And then I realized, okay, I can make it work. My ASN plus the 2 ASN for the 2 of the ISPs, that can make it happen. For a moment there, I was kind of stuck because I was thinking it would need to be 2 ISPs. I thought 3 ISPs, but then when I kind of interacted with Aaron, they told me, the concern was 3 ASNs, and then that made it a little different. I realized, okay, that's not a stymie anymore. I can move forward because I have everything I need. But what I needed just to get is just the consent I need to get from the others, the flow and so forth, which is became a little difficult. Well, not difficult, it's not as fluid as I thought it would have been. And once I get that, then I'll send the necessary information. I already have the policy document that Aaron requires. So I just need the consent, and then bam, and we're ready. And thereafter, I hope that can materialize, with the technical teams actually working with me and bringing things up. And of course, one of the things that I'm asking them to do is, because I've had to pay for the peering just to make it all happen, because it's serving my organization, yes. And so I want the idea is to convince them now, once we get to peering, then you make my services free.
Peering for
right. Because I'm making them peer for free. The plan is to have them peer for free, and my company will sponsor the IXP MOS. We provide the technical support and the switch and everything. So we're giving them at least a 1 gig port to start with, and so it's all sponsored just to make it all happen.
Right. Okay. Understood. So that's another business model another model that that we can look at inside of the community. I think the more we experiment and find a way, we'll get there. But we'll talk some more about it.
Essentially, I'm trying to make it a no-brainer. I mean,
yeah.
I'm trying to make sure, there's no barrier really, other than I said, the only thing they're responsible for is delivering the connectivity to here. But other than that, everything else is, free. And in fact, I just share with you, even the governance model that I've adopted is that I've decided that whereas we sponsoring it, and of course we kind of run things, we're going to invite individual representatives from the ISPs to be part of a board of advisors.
Right.
And we'll meet regularly and kind of discuss how the organizations run. So I've kind of thought about it and tried to make sure, it's as inclusive as possible. And it really, there's no barrier to them to say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Right.
All right. Thanks for the very much for that update, Yves.
You're most welcome. Okay.
I think that actually took us into our community update, or member update segment. And here we have Kevin coming on. So let me hand over to Kevin. We're going to wrap up early today, but I'm just gonna hand over to Kevin to take any further updates that we have, and then I will close us out at the end.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen, and good afternoon again to CaribNOG. Of course, with our member updates, just as we have heard just now, the idea is that we would like to hear some of the work that you're doing in the trenches, in particular when it comes to either any question of network development, or in particular what you're doing to build up or to shore up the operations of your IXP. So the idea is that I'm going to give the floor to anyone who has an update. Please raise your hand at first, and that way I'll be able to recognize you. So far, we have heard from Eve this afternoon in terms of the work that he had been doing in Antigua and Barbuda. We would like to hear more stories of that sort. To get us started, I'll give you an example. I didn't mention this earlier on, or I should say I didn't go into details earlier on when I was giving the LACNIC update. Our project, Mas Raíces, it's a project that seeks to increase the number of root zone servers within Latin America and the Caribbean. And of course, the advantage or the benefit of doing that is to improve redundancy and reduce the vulnerability, in particular when you think about particular attacks and cyber incidents that could occur. And with this project, LACNIC has a facilitatory role whereby along with the administrators of the root zone servers, there is a small analysis that takes place with key persons from LACNIC as well. And through this analysis, two types of services can come from it. Either we provide coordination services and technical advice as to what is required, what's the rack space, what are the other requirements you need to install the root zone server, or we can also provide funding on a needs basis to particular candidates that may need funding for equipment to set up a root zone server. And of course, so the 4 zones are there that we offer through Mas Raíces, the F, L, I, and K. And thus far, throughout the region, I would say there are just about 3 countries that have taken up this offer. We had way early in 2010, Haiti, the IX at Haiti back in 2010. They were one of the beneficiaries of Mas Raíces. We have also had the IX in St. Martin, and in more recent times, Telesur, coming out of Suriname, also applied under this program, and they were successful in having the server set up. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to stop sharing here. If I'm not mistaken, and this is one of the things I have to check again with Jai Udit, the infrastructure for the IX is being hosted by DataSur, which is a spin-off of Telesur. And of course, the idea would be to extend the benefits to all who are joining onto the IX. So let's please hear from anyone else that's connected on the call on some of the activities that you're involved in, some of the advances that you would have seen. And even if you just have a general query or question or point of information that you'd like to offer, that would be certainly welcome at this time. And I do recognize some of the names here. Andy from Belize, no, that was Andy Martinez that I saw earlier. Andy Benjamin, Elford from BVI, Jerry, Kingsley. Of course, feel free to provide anything for our CaribNOG members exchange.
We might not have any additional updates for today.
All right. Yeah, the updates they'll be forthcoming and they'll be occurring outside of the CaribNOG meeting, but of course through the various groups. Okay, so without further ado then, Stephen, I guess we will hand this back over to you, and we probably look forward to early close of some sort.
Yeah, yes. Thanks, Kevin, and thanks for your update. So that was informative. So I mean, everyone, I think we're seeing that work is continuing around our region. Not only of course by CaribNOG, but all of the IORGs and non-government institutions that have been assiduously working to help develop our ICT space. I think the more and more that we depend on on internet infrastructure, and the organization Step Up, we're making some good progress for our communities. So I'm really happy to see that. As we close this CaribNOG 22 meeting and last regional meeting for 2021, want to thank all of our participants, everybody who joined our the Zoom webinar, as well as those who streamed it online. You are the CaribNOG community, and as you participate, interact, ask questions, whether in the meeting or outside, on WhatsApp, on chat, on email. We're strengthening the community and making good progress for our region, as I said. So really appreciate and thank every single person who has come on today or has helped participated in the discussion. Want to thank our partner and support organizations, all our IORGs, ARIN, LACNIC, ISOC, ICANN, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Connected Caribbean, the NSRC, PCH, all the organizations that stand alongside and help to develop the networks inside of this region. We're going to see a lot of activity going forward on the two projects that were mentioned today. Our FRIDA project to collect and put online internet exchange data, as well as the CaribNOG Internet Exchange Point project to help to start up the and strengthen more of our exchanges. The IXP project, which we're doing with the support of ARIN funding, and the FRIDA project, which we're doing with the support from LACNIC funding. Once again, invite all of the members of our community to participate. Feel free to reach out, and as well, the project teams will be reaching out to you. So looking forward to your participation with that. We have our WhatsApp, just talking about a few ways in which we can keep the conversation going. We have an open WhatsApp group, which you can join. We'll make that information available once again on our website so that we can share that and invite those to join, as well as the CaribNOG YouTube channel, as well as the CaribNOG Facebook groups. We will post information for the next two meetings, the 2022 regional meetings, CaribNOG 23 and 24. In the coming weeks, that information will be posted online. And as we go into next year, expect to see similar similar movement as we did this year, in which we'll have, in addition to the regional meetings, there will be additional interventions and meetings in which CaribNOG participates to help build the community alongside our IORGs. Resources for this meeting will be posted online in the coming days. So look out for that. Track the CaribNOG.org website, as well as our social media channels for when the announcements are made about the meeting resources. And finally, I want to thank our support team, those who operated the webinar, our hosts, moderators from this morning, all our speakers and moderators throughout today. Thank you for the contribution that you've made to the community and our participants. Everyone, do hope you keep safe, stay strong, stay connected, and we'll see you again very, very soon. Have a good day, all. Bye.
Mm-hmm.